Yeah. Yo, 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 yo. Give it some time here. Give it some time. It's a great song. Ooh. Monopoly Go! Thank you, Philip Falk. Oh, wow. Sunglass Mafia. Here we go. We are live on live and in living color. Yep, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook. Huh. Go. Hmm. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Let's watch some Chris Sewell.
Chris Sewell here, baseball card collector, investor, dealer, in that order. Welcome everyone. A couple weeks ago, I came across a Reddit post, and it was posted by someone named Idiot in Orbit, and it was a great post. It's a post of
Thank you, Idiot in Orbit.
A sports card dealer back in 1991, and it was what they were selling their cards for back in 1991. A lot of complete sets, a lot of unopened boxes, and some unopened cases even, and as well as some singles and some oddball items as well. But yeah, you can see a whole bunch of different items that they were listing for sale in this magazine ad. And this was, of course, before the days of the internet, before eBay and PayPal and all that. This was back in the day when you would literally call, a company like this beforehand, tell them what you want, and then they'd set it aside for you, and then you'd mail them a check or a money order, and you'd wait a whole bunch of weeks, and then they would mail you the cards back. But the company was called Basket Catch Collectibles. Never heard of them, but they were located in Brooklyn, New York. And there's just a lot to unpack in this ad because a lot with pricing, what was stuff worth. This was 1991, height of the junk wax era, and a lot of people say we're in sort of a junk wax era 2.0. So, we'll compare that to some of the stuff going on today.
VintageBreaks.com.
Did any of this stuff hold its value or go way down, or did anything go up at all? And a lot of the wording around, some of the
Hey, 1 second.
ad is interesting as well. So yeah, we're gonna just dive into all that in this video here. Before we jump in, just want to let everyone know. Snowman's Auction House, CIA, Collector Investor Auctions. The March auction is up and running right now. Absolute blast of an auction. They got high-end items, 4 or 5 figure cards, but lots of regular roller items, whether you're into modern or vintage. There's sort of something for everybody. I'm a small stakeholder in the company. I believe in it heavily, and it's coming up on 2 years in now, and it's going great. And if you're interested in just following the auctions along or signing up to bid, all that information is in the description down below, and I highly recommend it. All right, but back to the video. But before we jump into the ad itself, just 2 quick notes about the value of money today versus in 1991. I plugged it into ChatGPT, and my AI overlord told me that $1 in 1991 is approximately worth $2.38 today. So that's just something to be aware of. When I talk about something costing $10 back in 1991, that would be like it costing $24 roughly today. And then the other prerequisite note is that if you had, when we talk about investments, like I'm going to talk about some of this stuff in terms of like, would it have been a good investment to buy in 1991 and hold it till today? Spoiler, for the most part, no. None of this stuff did very well in that sense, although there are a couple sort of sneaky items, which we'll get to as well. But had you put your money into the S&P 500, which is basically just like the standard stock index for the stock market, you would have roughly 16x'd your money from 1991 today. So if you had put $1 into the stock market in 1991, you'd have $16 today. So that's something to be aware of when we're talking about investment. How much did the card values grow? But again, for the most part, these were not great investments. All right, so just going to run through a bunch of the items here. The first one we'll look at 1990 Score Football. you could have bought a complete factory set for $20, 1995, $20, or you could buy a wax box, a 36 count wax box for $15. How about that for the good old days? You get 36 packs buying a complete wax box for $15. That would be the equivalent of like $35 today. Imagine for today being able to buy a wax box with 36 packs in it for $35. That would be that's sort of like unfathomable in today's world. But yeah, back then a wax box was $15 and a complete set was $20 from this company. 1990 score, football has absolutely nobody of note in it. The biggest rookie would be Emmitt Smith, but he was saved for the supplemental set, so he's not even in the base set. I don't think there's any notable rookie. Junior Seau is a rookie Hall of Famer, but his card's worth maybe $1. And there's the stars of the era: Marino and Montana, Jerry Rice, etc. But they're sort of like worth a quarter each type of thing. Today, a wax box goes online sells on eBay for maybe around $20 or so. So again, back then you could have bought it for $15, and if you held it till today, it would be worth $20. So not doing great when you consider the value of the dollar in 1991 or other investment opportunities. All right, next one to look at is 1990 Fleer Basketball Update complete set, 110 cards in the set, and these were going for $21.95, so $22 a set back in 1991, and it's marketed as extremely limited and loaded with stars. And I can tell you, 35 years later, this was not extremely limited. I still get these in all the time at just a few dollars a set. Now they say that the
all right,
in there include Derek Coleman, Lionel Simmons, D. Brown,
Derek Coleman, ha,
D. Brown, like D. Brown, and then Bo, is that Bo Kimball maybe? I don't know. But
what up, Serafinsky? How's it going?
The only rookie in this set who did sort of pan out was not mentioned here. That's Gary Payton. But this set is just very, very common even today. Sealed. You find them sealed all the time today, and it's just not worth anything. They go on eBay for maybe $5 to $10. Here's these recent sales ranging from basically $6 up to $10. That's more or less what they go for. $22 back in 1991 down to maybe we'll call it $8 today for the sealed product. All right, sticking with traded sets, but switching over to baseball. 1980 tops traded, 1989 tops traded, 1987 tops traded, 1986 tops traded. Some of these have players, key rookies who really panned out well. 1990 did not. That was $10 back then. Today in 1997 it goes for about maybe $5. There's really nobody in this set who sort of panned out as a rookie. Dave Justice.
Anybody want to try some Monopoly? Go!
1989, of course, has Ken Griffey Jr., but such an overproduced set. Back then it was going for $11. Today that's roughly what it goes for today. An 89 tops graded baseball set with Ken Griffey Jr. This also has Randy Johnson rookie, Deion Sanders baseball rookie, Omar Vizquel rookie. There's a couple other guys, but Griffey's really the key draw here. 1987 also roughly held its value. It was a $12 set back then. Today it goes for maybe 15, we'll say. Greg Maddux is the key card out here. Is Greg Maddux rookie. There's Fred McGriff and Matt Williams rookies in there as well, but Maddux is really the big draw in the 87 tops traded set. Another one that basically is worth the same as it was back in 1991. And then 1986 also worth about the same as it was back in 1991. 91 they were selling for $30. Today they go for about $30. Barry Bonds is the biggest card in here. His rookie, but also Bo Jackson rookie, Jose Canseco rookie, Will Clark rookie, maybe a couple other players from that level. Ironically, no Hall of Famers rookies in this set, despite some of the key names like the same Bonds, Canseco, Bo Jackson.
Not really anything new. Just same stuff I had last week.
That just shows you how supply and
they don't really give me new product anymore. So like,
it can't match the supply. I mean, there's that many cars. Of course, a lot of people want very.
I got some 86,
there's that many available.
79. We can go fishing for a Joe Montana. I have the brand new VB South Rip Packs in stock.
There's just no key rookies in this, so nothing sort of panned out. Today they go for about $20, so this is another item that's worth the same as it was in 1991, which is a really bad result when you consider the value of the dollar. Here's a couple sections selling late 80s minor league sets, and they weren't just a few dollars each, but what's funny is some of the names that they're highlighting as important. And if you collected back in the junk wax era, you probably remember a lot of these names as like hot prospects or young players who everyone was sort of jumping on, expecting them to be the next great thing. Dave Justice, Ramon Martinez, John Wetland, Dwight Smith, Jerome Walton, Mike Harvey, Todd Zeal, that was a big one, Felix Jose, Sandy Alomar, Carlos Baerga, Greg Jeffries, that was important to people, Mark Grace, Damon Berryhill, Ricky Jordan, Roberto Kelly. There's so many names in a 36 count wax box is only $30. It's funny. I feel like most people would rather have a 36 count wax box than a complete set. But yeah, the set's going for $45. And today, this set, none of the rookies really pan. There's some rookie. I mean, there's Larry Walker, he's a Hall of Fame rookie. Sammy Sosa rookies in here. Juan Gonzalez. But again, just a mass-produced set that there's just a billion of them. And today, the set sells sealed for about $10. So it was a $45 set back in 1991, or that's what this company was selling for. And today, they go for about $10. 1991 Score baseball, and not a whole lot better. You can see complete sets back then went for $33.
There we go.
Remember the 1990 Score sets, how rare those are. Well, I can tell you 1990 Score sets are not at all rare, nor are 1991 Score sets. Even today, they're very, very easy to buy. Here's what they look like. This actually did have some rookies pan out. Chipper Jones rookies in here. He's a Hall of Famer. Mike Messina rookies in here. He's a Hall of Famer. And today, this set sells for $10 to $15 or so. Again, back then, it was $33 to get a copy of this set. 1988 Fleer baseball, and this one's funny. It was marketed as great investment potential. That's a sleeper set. I don't know why 1988 Fleer would ever be considered either of those things, but wax box is $58, and the factory set was $40. Today, a complete set goes for about $10.
Let's get some stuff done today.
Box goes for maybe $20, $25. Rookies, Hall of Fame rookies in here, Tom Glavine and Edgar Martinez. There's some other rookies with notable names like Mark Grace and stuff, but again, just a mass-produced set that just really has no value overall. And both the complete sets and wax boxes are worth a lot less today than they were in 1991. Here's an interesting category. 1981 Topps basketball singles, and they were selling Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for $8, Julius Erving for $8, and Moses Malone for $4. They obviously had a bunch of them because you could buy groups of 5 and get like a little discount if you bought 5 at a time. And they were marketed each as mint. And this was before the days of grading. In 1991, grading, for the most part, didn't even exist yet. And the term mint was much more loosely used than it is today. Like today, probably anything that would grade like a 7 or higher today would have been called mint back in 1991, roughly. And so I don't know if these would have truly been mint, but if these were truly mint, these would have been good buys at $8 based on today's standards. Not crushingly good buys, but yeah, I'd buy mint Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at $8. PSA 9, for example, today goes for $70, $75 somewhere in there. Here's another single that's selling. 1985 Topps Roger Clemens rookies, and they're asking $20 a piece. And they don't even give the condition of the card, which is interesting, but back then, just condition was just...
Yeah, there. Time to get rolling. Rolling. What? Rolling. Come on.
Most of the time, you're just sort of making sure that there wasn't a crease or heavily off-centered or like really rounded corners. As long as it
Hands up, hands down. Tell me what you're gonna do now.
Which is obviously very, very different than today. But $20 back then for 85 Topps Roger Clemens rookies. He was, probably the best pitcher in baseball at the time. But today, you can pick that card up for $5 all day without having to look too hard. Another category of singles, older baseball singles. 1965 Topps Catfish Hunter rookie, $150 for a near mint copy. 54 Topps Billy Martin, $75 for a near mint copy. 54 Yogi Berra, $185 for a near mint copy. 65 Marison, a 75 probably Shucksy Mini near mint. And calling something near mint back in 1991, I think would not line up with what we consider to be near mint today. If you could buy these at these prices today, they would be good, assuming the condition was actually accurate. Yogi Berra 1954 Topps near mint, $185. PSA 7 near mint copy goes for about $750 today. But again, I don't think near mint back in 1991 lines up with what we see of near mint today. Okay, so far basically everything's been a bad investment. Like in terms of like if you had bought it in 1991 and held it until today, nothing would have given returns of any note. But then, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are some that actually did okay. Here's a 1983 Topps football rack packs. You could buy those for $5 a piece back in 1991. And the key rookie in this set is Marcus Allen. But there's other key cards. Lawrence Taylor, second year.
We got some stuff going today.
1983 Topps football rack pack today sells for about $30. So from $5 up to $30 over the last 35 years.
This is Chris Sewell, baseball card collector, investor, dealer. If you're interested, here's the link. He is a must follow. One of the best content creators for sports cards on YouTube, like him and Neo and like Scotty B. Guys, I would definitely follow.
All these went way up since back in Topps football, for example, which there was only 3,000 made. They were selling for $130, and there's really no key. Well, there's Junior Seau again. His rookie is in here. I think he's the only Hall of Fame rookie in this set. I think he's the only notable rookie of any kind in this set. But there's also, there's obviously all the key Hall of Famers from the era: Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, and Dan Marino, John Elway, Barry Sanders, etc. But there's only 3,000 copies of these produced, and most of them have been opened. So finding this sealed is pretty tough nowadays. Today it goes for about $1,200–$1,300, so about 10 times more valuable than it was in 1991. Another example is probably the best example is the 1989 Bowman Baseball Tiffany set. That of course has the Ken Griffey Jr., which is actually Ken Griffey Jr.'s most valuable 89 card. It's more valuable than the 89 upper half. And there's other rookies in here as well. John Smoltz rookies in here. Gary Sheffield.
Go. Oh, I love that.
Is in here. So there's some other rookies, but again, Griffey is really the big sale.
89 Bowman made me smile.
And another one where there just weren't many made. There was only 6,000 copies produced. Most of these have been opened, so finding this sealed is really, really tough today. And today it sells for over $2,000 generally. So another one that basically 10x in value over the last 35 years. And for anyone wondering, the 89 Bowman Tiffany Ken Griffey Jr. PSA 10 sells for about $20,000 today, which is 10 times the value of the set. So that's one of the reasons the set, a sealed set sells so high today, because there's at least a chance that there's a PSA 10 of the Griffey in there. And the last category is sort of a sneaky one: Marvel Universe cards, Marvel Universe Series 2 wax boxes, asking $19 a box. I wasn't even sure what this was. I just go and sort of figure it out. But 1991 Marvel Universe Series 2 wax boxes today go for about $220 to $250 or so. Again, back then they were $19, so something that's more than 10x its value over the years. But yeah, this is, other than the Tiffany sets, this is by far would have been, the best quote-unquote investment buying in 1991. But that said, I went over maybe half of the categories. Most of the ones I didn't cover in the video here are similar to like the 90 Upper Deck or the 91 Score, the 90 Clear, wax box is $25, and today the box sells for 10 to 15 type of thing. Of all the categories shown here, only 3 sort of, beat the cost of inflation, let's say, over time, and none of them kept up with the stock market, if you're thinking like in true terms of like long-term investment. And if you'd ask me sort of what's the big picture takeaway from this, it's just simply that, the vast majority of cards go down in value over time. And it's not something you have to like worry about if you're a day-to-day collector or a year-to-year collector, or if you're a dealer who buys and sells stuff or a flipper or whatever. You don't have to worry about it because it took 35 years to go, to lose half their value. It's not like they're collapsing overnight or anything, but the vast majority of cards are not good long-term investments, and this is just proven to be the case for many, many decades now. And there's many reasons for this. One is just more and more cards come out every year, and there's more and more, supply. So more and more different things for people to collect. A lot of players sort of, drift out of the limelight or out of people's memories. Most players do not, pan out. The vast majority of prospects do not pan out. So just, for many reasons, the vast majority of cards just are not good long-term investments. If you're truly looking for like long-term investments, items that you want to buy today, and they're going to be worth a whole lot more down the road. And I don't think people should be thinking this way very often. But if you were thinking that way, there's sort of 2 categories to pick. One is sort of like a niche, unexpected thing, like in the examples here, the Marvel cards. Nobody in 1991 was thinking Marvel cards or anything. So it's something like that where nobody's sort of thinking about it, and for some reason down the road, Marvel cards have demand. 86 Fleer basketball is often referenced in this sort of category. Like in 1986 basketball, nobody wanted basketball cards, so nobody was thinking about it. But over time, of course, basketball grew in popularity, and all of a sudden, the 86 Fleer, years later, is worth a lot of money. But the other category is sort of like the best of the best. In the case here, the Tiffany's. In these years, the Tiffany's are sort of the best cards. They're the only sort of rare cards that any of the major companies produce. They're the rare ones. Those are the ones that did the best. And even within that, like the best of the best, like the Griffey rookie in the 89 Bowman Tiffany, the best card in the best set, that card's done really, really well long term. And those are often very difficult to identify. But overall, the majority, do not go up in value. Again, bulk. I buy a lot of collections, and a lot of people sort of tell me, they have a closet full of cards, and like I bought all these cards thinking they're going to be worth a whole lot more down the road. It's just not the case with bulk, because again, the majority of cards don't go up. But I'm sort of rambling here, so I appreciate everyone watching. Eat your vegetables, and see you all again next time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chris Sewell.
guys, it's Scott with Scotty B Cards, and in this video I want to talk about Shohei Ohtani's astronomical card prices. So, Shohei Ohtani, I wanted to make a video on him. There's a lot of baseball card videos on Shohei Ohtani, but I want to look at his current card prices and discuss if we think they are too high, too low, or just right. I do want to note that I do own Shohei Ohtani rookie cards, and so I hope they keep going up. I think it's a great thing for me personally, but it doesn't mean that they are going to keep going up, or that's really what should be happening. So in this video, I'm going to play both sides. I'm going to actually show you the data of what his cards are doing year over year. I'm actually going to show you some polls I ran from my Instagram audience. And if you're wondering why I do my Instagram audience, not my YouTube audience, it's because there is some overlap, but because I can ask 10 questions in 5 minutes, like I can post them all within 5 minutes, versus YouTube, you can't do that with a community post. So that's why I did Instagram. And then I'm going to play both sides of the coin. And I'm going to say this is why his cards are way overvalued, and this is why his cards are way undervalued. But in this video, the goal is to explore this, and you can tell me what you think at the end, because no one really knows for sure with a unicorn like Shohei. Very first thing, here is Shohei Ohtani's most iconic rookie card. This is a graph of his PSA 10 2018 Bowman Chrome base card is the batting image, and you can see that there is a pop count, so there's actual total 5,016 PSA 10s that exist, and this card is up 373% a year over year, so in the last 365 days, and we can also see this big spike here around the World Series. Typically in the offseason you see a dip, which we did see, but it did not go down to the pre-postseason prices, and it's only continued to go higher since then. That's a similar chart you're going to see every single card you look at right now is the hottest his cards have ever been, and every player has a peak. Is this his peak? We can kind of discuss that. But very interestingly, this was a $1,000 card essentially last year, which is mind-numbing to think about. Next up is his 2013 BBM rookie card. There's been a lot of attention on this card. I have kind of made some videos on this card. It's a great card. This is his first Japanese, well, this is his flagship Japanese rookie card. And because of that, this card has gone nuclear. It's gone way up in the last 12 months, up 1,096%. It went from essentially a $3,000 card to a $35,000 card. We had a confirmed sale of $35,000 this past week, which is just crazy. After that, we even have his lesser rookie cards. When I say lesser, I don't mean the Topps Chrome isn't a great rookie. It's just not as important as the other two I just showed so far. And this card is still up 315%. It was a $150 to $200 card last year, and now we're looking at an $800 card that quick. So if you owned any Shohei Ohtani, it was a really good opportunity for you this last year, and congratulations. But with that all being said, it's not just his rookie cards that are going crazy. It's literally every single Shohei Ohtani card, and this is just a few different sales that I picked up. I actually just ignore the Red Wing sales at the bottom. I took these screenshots before I posted those graphs in here. But either way, we have his 2024 Bowman Chrome autograph orange refractor at a 25. It's the variation in his Japanese uniform. It was a $7,000 card in April of last year. Now it just sold for 44 grand, just barely. We actually have, I'm going to skip this card for a second, the middle one, but we have his blue Bowman Chrome refractor non-autograph number to 150 in a BGS 95 minimum gem. And there's a 9 subgrade that just sold for $31,000. That was a $4,400 card last year. We also have his Kaboom. This Kaboom is a Panini card, which is not licensed, so everything's airbrushed, and this card just sold for $23,000 in the PSA 10. I think it's like a pop 50 to 60, so it's not like that rare, but we know that card was about $2,800 last year. So every single card is booming. I did also include this Reddick Rowan autograph. It's his second year with the Rookie Cup. He has 2 Reddick autographs his second year, and this particular one just sold for
Hey Josh, how's it going? Yeah, doing great, man.
2024, so 2 Novembers ago. I know it's a ways back. The last sale was about $4,600, so a really big sale regardless, and a pretty big jump. But this is reflective of everything for Shohei Ohtani, and it makes you wonder. I've seen a couple sales where it's just like, that is crazy, right? Like, I wouldn't say it doesn't even make sense. That's not it, because Ohtani, I mean, he's a big deal. We'll talk about that, but it's just crazy to think about. For example, this blue BGS 95 refractor to 150 minimum gem. This is more expensive than the blue Bowman Chrome autograph of any player currently at all, not named Shohei Ohtani. It's more than Aaron Judge. It's way more than players like Mookie Betts, are like $5,000 for their Bowman Chrome autograph first. Like, it's just crazy. Even Mike Trout isn't even close to these prices. And so we are seeing a lot of hype, and there is probably some FOMO, and we see these cycles with these players of hype and FOMO. So I'm kind of wondering, is this a cycle period of hype and FOMO with a little bit of artificial value in there, or is this just a natural run-up of everybody realizing at the same time that this is the best baseball player of all time and we want his cards? I asked my audience their opinion. I first asked a few days ago this question: what is the better buy? This Ohtani rookie card number to $499 for $10,500, or this Arenado rookie superfractor 1 of 1, I wrote 1 of 2 like an idiot, for $7,000? And I own the Arenado, so I said don't let me influence your decision. I don't think it did. People will vote what they vote for, but completely different trains of thought. One is like an iconic rookie card of the best player potentially of all time. The other one is like a Hall of Famer who is really good, but not like an all-time great. That's a superfractor 1 of 1 rookie card. And we can see that people did say we like the Arenado 52% of the time, but 48% or 408 people like the Shohei. So still, a lot of people are saying that's still a good price for that card, which is interesting. And then I did pull up a Mike Trout. What's the better buy? People did prefer the Mike Trout blue Bowman Chrome autograph.
Yeah, I prefer the Mike Trout blue and chrome autograph.
Fall off. That's like the biggest fear of these really big.
That's just a base refractor.
And see these downtrends occasionally. And then the last one I asked is, what is the better buy for $90,000? I have this Ohtani blue Bowman Chrome autograph PSA 9 over here. This card sold for $90,000 a month.
Give me the pool holes.
The last few weeks. While on the right-hand side, you get these 4 cards plus $10,000 cash. You have the Albert Pujols Bowman Chrome rookie autograph, number to 500, with a really strong, bold autograph graded to 10. We have the dual logo man autograph of Mike Trout and Albert Pujols. This is the first on-card dual logo man on a singular card ever in baseball cards, which is pretty cool. We have the Hank Aaron Willie Mays dual autograph PSA 10 Pop 3, and we have the Aaron Judge Real One autograph rookie card. It's the red ink and it's a PSA 10 with an autograph 10 grade. Now we're starting to see, okay, 76% of people prefer the lot plus $10,000. And this is kind of what I wanted to show is, yes, we might say Ohtani's the best ever, so all these prices are completely justified, which that could be true, but the opportunity cost to get into Ohtani is so high, where you could have one card, or you could have like an amazing collection outside of that one card. So that's the game you have to play mentally when you're deciding if you want to go that route, and that's the game I did right here. I also asked a few questions. What % of Ohtani cards are a good investment at current prices? And that's just meaning like, if you buy them now in the long run, will they be worth more or less? Only 30% of people said more than 25%
Order up.
of those cards are good.
Bradley Aldrich, let's do it. Be rad.
Cards right now that are going to keep going up.
Be rad.
From today's prices, and that's kind of what's reflected.
Be rad. 2 numbers between 1 and 27.
Are either too high, too low, or just right. And 70% said they are too high right now. Ironically, though, in 12 months, people think Ohtani's card is higher. So we're just like in a really big bull run right now. Ohtani threw fuel in the fire. We had a grand slam and almost a cycle in the first WBC game. But all of this is very intriguing. So let me make a case for why
Let's do this for Mr. B Rad.
The very first one is this one right here. So Freddie Freeman, future first ballot Hall of Famer Freddie Freeman on 2 of the most iconic moments in the history of the World Series at 208,000 likes combined. Shohei Ohtani's grand slam in Game 1 of the WBC
9 and 14.
239,000 likes in 5 hours. That is the power of Shohei Ohtani, and that is the reason why his card is so expensive. It doesn't always make logical sense why certain players' cards are worth a lot of money. Michael Jordan, he's the best NBA player a lot of people all time. But like,
Here we go, Brad.
more than that to them. And Ohtani's becoming guys.
All right, you hit 1 raw and 1 slab.
These 2 World Series, pitches and hits, all these different
Let's do it.
And people are still speculating that that's going to continue in the future, and he could become legitimately the GOAT.
There are some raw bangers in here, I'll say that.
Hard time against people like Barry Bonds and Willie
Sonny Jurgensen. This was not one of the raw bangers. This is Sonny Jurgensen. Sonny Jurgensen. All right, here we go. Here's your slab.
People are banking on, and that's when the prices are high, and he has the highest ceiling of any baseball player right now. I've seen a lot of people who've really been pushing the idea that Ohtani
Woo!
was the only player.
Man, we were just texting.
That may have been true, as you can see what just happened with this card.
78 tops Eddie Murray
Have, like, the bearish
and an
side of
8.
Ohtani, and that's just the fact that
It's an Eddie rookie. It's a good Eddie rookie.
Cards are just astronomical for cards that no one actually wants. People are just buying in because they have FOMO. There's that argument too. And I'm fully on board that the best cards are going to have long-term value, but I do think that the hype factor is in play. There's a lot of things that could throw cold water on Ohtani. He's now pitching and hitting. You run the risk of having an elbow issue, or he's on the shelf, or he's just hitting.
Picker wheel.
Not hitting as well. All of that's a concern. You also have the issue of the lockout coming up, which is a big concern for his current market prices. Ohtani
Yes, sir.
2 this year. He's at 31 and 32. I think he's 32. But either way, if he misses his age 33 season, he'll be 34 heading into 2028, and that's going to be probably like the end of his prime. And so this could be the last great Ohtani season we see if we get a lockout next year and miss baseball games. So there is a concern there, but it's just the fact that you can get so much different cards for the Ohtani cost, which is why people are kind of bearish. People are also kind of cards, they can't afford them now, and that's a real concern too. I understand it completely, but the truth is, we want the cards that people want.
Here we go.
We want the cards of the best players.
2 of these.
Card prices.
First one.
I guess the question I'm raising in this video that I want you to answer for me in the comments, please leave a comment on what you think. The more comments we get, the better sample size we can get and have fun debates.
Oh, yeah. Right on the line, but we got there.
I think Ohtani's card prices are too expensive. In the real world, Ohtani can do what he does to the WBC. He always rises to the moment and just has awesome.
Boom. You're going to have 2 starts from jail.
Another MVP this year will be 5 MVPs in the World Series. His third World Series.
Which is where you want to start at.
And so Ohtani, very interesting player. Card prices.
All right, first one.
We've never even seen of. Remember the run up of Mike Trout and Juan Soto back like in the COVID
8.
bubble. We are seeing things that we've never been.
Ah.
Regardless, it's exciting. He's raising
So much potential. That's going to put you on luxury tax.
Aaron Judge in and of himself.
3.
The best right-handed hitter of all time. Him and Pujols are my 2 picks, so I can pick 2.
We can go one more time, Brad.
Cards more expensive. I don't think Aaron Judge cards would be going for as much as they are now if it wasn't for Ohtani, and because he pulled up Judge, it's going to
11.
like Wick.
All right, that's going to get you a set spot.
And that's a really good
Oh, man, that wheel was rough to you.
time. It's either going to continue or it's
All right, here's the one winner, Mediterranean.
to see how it plays out.
6. All right, we got you a set spot. There we go. Let me go add that, Brad. I'm in the cheating mode on the bonuses in your favor, of course. Whew. Let's go to 55 Bowman. Go. Can you hear my computer whining? Those fans are loud today. Yes, sir. We'll do it. A very quiet race car. We racing. We racing. All right, Brad. Let's make your package. I gotta hook my printer up. Coming your way. A race car. My computer's a race car. My computer's very dusty is what it is. Happy Sunday, Junk Wax Hero.
Neil keeps telling me, record on Sunday, record on Saturdays, record on Saturdays. It's so much better. So, here we are doing it on Saturday night. It's supposed to be 60 some odd degrees over the next few days.
Another Saturday night, and I ain't got nobody. I got some money, cause I just got paid.
We're gonna jump in. This is my weekly Clearing the Bases episode where I cover all the week's weird, fun, interesting, bad, exciting, negative news. A lot of good stuff, a lot of fun stuff. But as always, allow yourself to separate the hobby from the industry. A lot of this negative stuff is industry related, which should not affect your hobby if you don't let it. So I'm going to jump in, share my screen, and hopefully you enjoy it. As always, throw some comments in down below. Here we go. Alright, first of all, we have this Kurt Benkert 2018 Panini Contenders, and I'm starting off with something positive. I started doing this, moving something funny or positive at the beginning of the video, so you don't start off in hate mode. Kurt Benkert, Panini Contenders, priced at $5,000 for best offer, and this tweet is, and the seller is Johnny and Bronny. This tweet is written by Kurt Benkert, and he says, Johnny, we have to be realistic here. The card is up Benkert, and he got, I believe, 2 snaps in the NFL. And he's telling the seller, yeah, you got it priced a little too high. I thought this was very funny. Very
That's funny. That is funny.
Before? That's fine. Alright. Here we get to something. I felt like PSA was almost poking Topps in the eye in this this item. Maybe that'll make a good title for this video. PSA pokes Topps in the eye.
And he did it. That's what the video is called.
Hey, common flaw. Oh, I said Topps. Shoot. This is Prism Football. So it's Panini. Common flaw in 2025 Prism Football. Base cards and parallels that underperform. Before submitting, be sure to scan for roller lines running down the reverse side of the cards you can see here. And I read somewhere that the gem rate of this set was like 36%, which is unusually low because people aren't, I guess, apparently looking at the back carefully enough. And so PSA is actually telling you, hey, this was a very, very popular tweet in a good way. All of the PSA does, and all the times they get raked over the polls. This is what it was.
Quiet race car.
They should do this more. They should tell
Any
me.
specials? Yes, sir. Monopoly Go, and
Looking at this,
maybe I can come up with some specials. I'm going to make point dice. $300 point dice, and I'm going to give Bradley Aldrich the first spin at him.
I also want to do a shout out.
Let me get them ready.
Andrews, Boston Card Hunter. I don't watch a lot of Nick's stuff. I don't always agree with him. I interviewed him. I had a great time interviewing him. He's a super nice guy.
Oh, shit.
I don't always agree with him. Don't always think his videos are things that I would do.
Well,
It's not my style.
I left the dry erase on there too long and it won't erase.
Generally on Instagram, but oftentimes.
Yes, I'm going to have $300 point dice here in a minute, and Bradley Aldrich is going to get the first spin at him.
There's no community guidelines really on, I mean, there are, of course, but nobody's covering at Whatnot any sort of people violating their terms. And it says here, Whatnot's community guidelines, violating Whatnot's community guidelines, but nobody at Whatnot is checking into these things. So Nick has a massive audience. He's going out, people are sending clips to him, and he's sharing those to his massive audience and saying, Whatnot, ban this user. Whatnot's doing it. Here's one, within 20 minutes of this video on IG, banned. Here's another, 2 in 1 day, banned. I'm not going to go through what these
Good. That's great.
It's huge. It's not like newsworthy for me. They're taking cards from, I don't know, breaks and then canceling orders, stuff like that. Stupid stuff. And one guy was like eating a card. I don't know. It's stupid. But what Nick is doing is providing a little oversight, a little regulation.
It is not hard to sell
By
legitimately.
getting these Whatnot sellers, streamers, banned or suspended, it kind of makes others, I've heard of other Whatnot sellers mention or have mentioned Nick being afraid that he's going to get a clip of their sales.
Jeez.
So good on Nick. This is good stuff.
This is tough to do to clean this thing off.
I am sponsored by AuctionWire, and I want to get a quick shout out for AuctionWire.
Hey, Auction Wire.
It is an amazing tool. I learned about it at the National last year, and I was blown away by it. They rolled it out a month or 2 ago, and I am using it pretty heavily because the cards that I want.
That's Leighton's thing.
You can find them no problem on eBay, but some of them I want. So here's a great example. 1955 Topps Jackie Robinson. Now, I don't want to search for any Topps Jackie Robinson, and I want it to be on any auction house. So here on auctionwire.ai, you can go into
I don't like how they use the AI domain. I would not have done that if I was them.
You can set at a specific grade, and I only want low grade, below a 2. So I click on PSA Authentic, PSA 1, PSA 1.5, and then I scroll down to SGC, same exact thing. I don't want Beckett slab, so I don't do that with Beckett. There's no CGC here yet, but I imagine that's got to be coming soon. You can click on any of the auction houses, click on Apply Filters, and it's going to give you all the updates, all the auctions and listings from this specific search. And all of them right now are eBay. But what I did was I clicked on Save Search, and now it's going to alert me via email and here in the app anytime a new one pops up for this specific search. And this, I mean, I can click right here, bid on auction site, and it's going to send me directly to this auction on eBay. I can see, is this one, PSA 1, within my parameters, something that is eye appeal is good enough. You should be using AuctionWire too. You think that this is beneficial for you? I love it. You can use my code HERO for 60 days free. HERO, HERO. For 60 days free. Sign up,
Hero.
check out, try it. It is awesome. Link is in the description to this video. Alright, this was a weird one. I'm not sure I fully understand everything that happened here, but the basics of it are this person, mostly because I don't understand Pokemon. This person decided to reholder their PSA 10. They wanted it updated for some reason, so they sent it into PSA, and in the reholder process, PSA damaged the card and then regraded it a 6, and then said that they would give the person, Brian, I assume, $19,000. Covered it. Very generous, right? Except we have a problem. The last card sold for $45,000. sold a month before the $45,000 one for $49,912. So what? It's not showing up on Terra because this person says so. It may not have been paid. But what is the right thing for PSA to do here? Is it to go by the card ladder value, which they would normally say is legit? They cite card ladder values all over PSA. Or do you think 19,000?
These dice will be ready in just a minute.
I'm firmly in the former camp where they should be going card ladder value $45,000. This was a funny post. Not because the post itself is funny, but because the reaction to it was the opposite of what he was expecting. This guy says that he shares a screenshot, and he says, sellers on eBay saying IDGAF about your kid shouldn't be in card sales, boycott this clown. He shares a screenshot of his eBay message to a seller. The seller has a card for sale for $35. The one-of-one of, I don't know, Cam, somebody. Doesn't matter. And so he writes to the seller, hey, Cam was a local QB for our college and my son's favorite QB. His name is Cam too. He doesn't play anymore, but my son is collecting his one-of-ones. I've been buying them for him for around $5 to $10 ship. What can we do to make this happen? I'm already, this is not good by this potential buyer. The seller replies, I mean, I'm asking 35, so you're probably wasting time even messaging me that. IDGAF about your kid, if that's all you have to pay, bro. Keep your stories for your mom. Wow, not IDGAF about your kid. I fully agree with the seller here. Your story.
All right. Yeah, your story don't mean shit.
Story is nice.
It's one thing if we're friends. If we're friends, I'm just giving you that card.
Really rubbed me the wrong way. Curious for your thoughts.
But my kid...
Right here.
Listen, I like your kid. I want your kid to have a great experience collecting. I think it's great to have kids in collecting, but like...
Other than
We're talking about a purchase and sale here. We're not talking about a, you know... I don't like the way you said it.
Still working on it. Okay. Abby here. Pre-ordered a hobby box of 2025 Stadium Club on January 20th. They printed the label. Package never shipped. Reached out a month later to customer service regarding the issue, and they tell me they will ship a replacement within 2 business days. But on February 24th, get an email that the order has been refunded.
$300 dice.
Sorry, no. On 2/24, get an email.
Ah, shit.
That the order will ship by March 17th. They said that there's a snowstorm and it would ship soon. And then they say that they don't have any stock. They try to issue a refund for the order. She said that she didn't want a refund. But then they say that UPS lost the package even though it never left Pop Top's warehouse. After 20 minutes, she says, I want the hobby box. Where was something about this? What was next? Oh yeah, on March 5th, received an email issuing a full refund because they do not have stock.
Boom! Bradley Aldrich is going to get the first roll.
So, and she makes the point, you have enough.
1,000 points, 2,000 points, 6,000 points, 10,000 points, 2,000 points. Here we go, Bradley Aldrich.
Question.
2,000 points.
Jason Tatum.
Basically, you got a 1 in 6 chance of $50 back. Is what you get.
My wife and I were extremely excited watching that game. Celtics are going to be formidable.
Hey, bud.
I'm sure Neil will talk about this actually. He said he'll have.
Hey, bud. Come on. Come on.
Ship Shawana show, Ship Shawana Card Fest. A lot of people there. A lot of people very busy, packed. And it'll be interesting to see how busy Strongsville is. Strong Dependence next month. And the National in 5 months almost.
Here we go, Brad.
I would rather take Nick Kurt's card because I'm a.
Come here, bud.
I
Bud, how you doing? How you doing?
Nick Kurt's, I said. We know what Nick Kurt's is. We don't, but we're closer to knowing what he is than we are Connor Griffin. But here's one: Connor Griffin's first Bowman draft prospect autograph. PSA 10 sold for $2,050. About a week ago. A couple months ago, Bobby Witt Jr.'s 2020 Bowman Chrome prospect autograph, which presumably has a smaller print run, sold for $400 less. Which one would you rather have? Let me first of all show you. I think
Another Saturday night, and I ain't got nobody. And I got some money, cause I just got paid.
hottest prospect or most revered prospect in 20 years or 25 years.
Someone
That's
talk
great.
to
There have been
you.
a lot of those guys.
Oop,
who have
bump
gone
my mic.
and tons of them.
Whoa!
Here's Bobby Witt.
Come on,
In
come on, come on, come on,
ages
No,
24,
no, come on.
25.
come on,
He has
come on.
22.
Oh,
I know more.
oh, come get your pets. Oh, hey puppy. My puppy, my puppy dog, my puppy dog. You getting too big to do this with. Oh yeah, you're getting big. You big old mutt.
He's one of the best players.
I love my puppy. I love my puppy dog, don't
I would
I? Oh,
take
my puppy dog.
the Bobby Witt Jr. card.
Oh, my puppy dog, Callie.
Now I understand prospecting.
Yeah, hey,
There's
Callie.
potential for that.
That hurts,
Goes to
Callie.
4,000, 5,000, 10,000. It's the hobby for kids.
Hi.
Gets bored.
Hi, baby.
Great players. They
Who's
want-
my big
they want
baby?
guys who may be great.
My big baby, Callie.
Speaking of which, Kyle Tucker.
My big baby, Callie.
Here's Kyle Tucker, right here. Outside shot of the Hall of Fame. Outside shot.
My big old baby, she getting big.
He,
She might be 60 pounds by now.
It's probably not going to get there. But
You're
he's
supposed to be a
really
small dog.
30 home run seasons, 29 home
Well, a
run
medium
seasons,
dog.
like the guys.
But you're not.
So many scoreboards on Baseball Reference.
Daddy loves you. But you gotta get down.
Very nice player. 3 times with MVP votes, a bunch of all-star
Yeah.
seasons. But Kyle Tucker,
That's Callie.
case hit. This card sold for $80.90. There's 15 cards in the case. This is Topps 5-star. 15 cards in the case, which sells for $4,800. That's $319 per card. And the case hit sold for $81. I know Kyle Tucker doesn't move the needle, but it's a case hit in a premium product. Are you buying 5-star? I don't know what to think about this one. I don't know. So this person won the PSA graded pack 1979 Topps Hockey. Ripped it open, broke into the PSA case slab, ripped it open, found the Gretzky in there. There's the Gretzky. Sent it to PSA, and PSA said the card is men's size. Doesn't meet the minimum size requirements. A lot of people are really upset about this, and I mean, you can send it to SGC. You can actually just send it right back to PSA, and PSA may grade it. I'm curious what you think. I don't know. Just because they graded the packs as authentic and they gave it a good grade, I think it was a 7, doesn't mean all the cards are going to meet the minimum size requirement. It sucks. It's stupid. But that's the way it is.
That is the way it is, Scotty.
Ryan here. Somebody appears to have intentionally folded this Griffey rookie up because of the one tats. And I did a video on this a couple years ago. PSA 1s, and especially PSA 2s, even more so, are going for huge premiums because there's a small number of them in chasing the rainbow. So they folded this up, and it got the 1. And they have
Take some spins, boys.
Doesn't mean it'll sell for that much, but it will sell for more than, say, a 3 or a 5 or an 8. I don't know about 8. Okay, this is over on Reddit. This needs to stop. PJ Moore 20. Here you have 2025-26 Topps Finest Basketball Hobby Box Chance. You spend $300, and you have a chance to get a hobby box. And as you can see, they have 42 positive feedbacks, 1 neutral, 27 negatives. They've only been on eBay for 2 months. 62% positive feedback in the last 12 months. That's rough. You gotta read your eBay listings so carefully, you guys, because there's so many scams. Speaking of which, this person has a 2025 Panini Donruss Chase pack, or Chase opportunity for $15. So yes, Chase packs. And so this guy messaged the seller and said, how many packs did you make? The seller said 36. He said, so I can buy all of them for $143 and get a $1,300 card. And the seller says, I might raise the price because I need to make a little more to make the money back from the box. And then he ended up actually tripling the price. But I still have to ask, if it's a $1,300 card, does he actually have the card? And why not just sell the card itself for $1,300 instead of only selling packs for a total of like 400? How much would that be? $450 trouble. Maybe because he doesn't actually have the card. Just a thought. A lot of people making some clever suggestions in the comments there. Alright, PSA offered 3 different amounts on this, and if I can see, $610. This is within 30 minutes. $610. You know what? $580. And then $549. 3 different. And I believe PSA was saying pretty recently, within the last 3 or 4 months, that their offers only update once a day, every 24 hours. Yeah, so PSA offer had 23 hours remaining. Clicked on it to see if there were fees, and it instantly said offer expired. Brought up the new offer that was $30 less. Then I get the order has offers email. 30 minutes later, and that offer is $30 less than the second offer. Interesting. Hey, I am not picking on Darren Rovell today. I think this would be my 4th week in a row if I were. This is a fine tweet. It's a completely normal tweet.
Nick, you still there?
Here is a Walter Payton PSA 7. Here is a 7 with a 10 autograph. Sold for $280,000. The 7 without the autograph sold for $675,000. But this is very rare. Someone found this 1-of-1 Kobe Bryant card in a binder they bought for $100, and it sold for $76,000. Now, do you go back and give some money to the person you bought the binder from? I guess it all depends on who you bought the binder from, right? $100 binder. Man, this is a really good tweet by Will Stern. So Topps posted a video of them opening a new box that they had, and they got completely skunked. And they got torn apart for posting a video of them getting skunked. And Will makes a great point. Gotta love how everyone is saying how bad this looks because Topps opened a single random box that didn't get a major hit. The same people would be kind of crying conspiracy if this video showed Topps pulling a chase card. They can't win. It's true. Absolutely true. My first thought when I watched that video was, man, I can't believe they posted this video. But Will makes a great point. Alright, this is Adam Palmer. Topps and Panini used the same image on a license card, and I appreciate that he moved himself out of the way in his video. I tried finding this tweet, I couldn't. Panini, over here on the left, in a mosaic card, $100 Chrome for Tyrese Maxey. Don't see that very often, at least I haven't. A lot of really good Ben Burrows tweets today. This is Panini Noir 25-26 basketball. Unlicensed. They have, like Ben points out, there are a lot of bad unlicensed cards out there.
Not much. I sent you a DM on Facebook. I'm looking to make deals.
Okay. Would have been good if they had. I don't know. There's a little bit off with him wearing a non-jersey, it looks like. But otherwise, not too shabby. The photographs seem to prevent you from missing out that it's an unlicensed product. Beckett is shutting down their VHS grading division. I've never graded a VHS before, but I totally did. Code, if you want 50% off your last one, is CULT50. Chris Hoach, co-founder of Card Ladder, put out a really good tweet. This was a lot of people were asking, hey, the Wondershine $13 million card, this one here, Mr. Wonderful is saying that it's worth $20 million, and it looks like he's saying this because Card Ladder calls it a $20 million card, and Mr. Wonderful...
Yep. I haven't heard anything from the album yet, but Sturgill's an auto order for me.
It's from Card Ladder. That's where he gets the value.
It took me a while to get into Passage, though. Passage, I did not immediately like Passage. Took me a little while to get used to that one. Just like Sound and Fury took me a little while to get used to. And I love Sound and Fury now. Sometimes it's just a matter of the right circumstances in life have to pop up to where you're ready for that type of music.
Since the sale 6 months ago, Kobe's index is up 55%. And so that sale, $12.932 million times 55%, add the 55% on, comes to $19.99 million. And this is pretty easy to figure out on your own if you know anything about analytics, but it was cool having Chris explain this publicly. Alright, a few things I missed last week. This Dave Winfield PSA 10 rookie sold for $107,000. The PSA registry is a hell of a drug. PSA 10 Dave Winfield. I would love to have a low-grade Winfield autograph in this card. This is one of the many from the 1970s Hall of Famers. I don't have autographed yet. I'm working on the 80s first. I've got 3 more. I bought another one this week. 1980s Hall of Fame rookie autograph.
It is. I love it, though.
Actually, I have it behind me. I haven't opened it yet. Bought it from Chris Sewell. So, if you watched one of his videos last week, it was in there. I texted him. And that's how I ended up with it. Alright, Topps Dice Game. I did a video on this, I think 3 years ago, probably. 1961 Topps Dice Game. This is Willie Mays. I think there are 4 in the Pop Report of Willie Mays. PSA 2 current, with 4 weeks remaining. Current bid at $30,500. Clemente. This is part of the Golden Age collection. Clemente rookie auto. Heart of the 4 auto is a 7. Sold for $183,000. Yeah, that's a cool one. Great card. Lou Gehrig, luckiest man alive ticket. Sold for $281,000 against a $100,000 estimate. This is a PSA 4 MK. Highest price for a non-debut ticket ever, according to Darren Ravel. And then last week, I don't think I knew the end. If I already covered this, I apologize. And I remember asking, which one would you rather have? I was surprised to find a lot of people said they'd rather have the non-autographed one. For me, the autograph I'd rather have, and it did go for a little bit more, about 10% more.
$300 dice.
451, 451,000 for the autograph. Period sign, 402,000 for the non-autograph with an NBA silver sticker. Then we have a $500,000 Derek Jeter sale. We know Craig Miller, Midlife Cards, is buying a lot
Yeah.
Refractors, he's a big Jeter fan.
He really don't give a shit, man.
Midlife cards have purchased this card. You'll find out on next week's service issues. I'm pretty sure he didn't. I think I'd know by now if Greg could afford to buy a $500,000 Jeter card. Okay. Continental. Likely rookie of the year. Great player. Way better than I expected to get. My Dynasty League, I own him for $2, which is really, really cheap. I couldn't get Cooper Flag, so I settled for Continental, and boy, did that work out. He in a raw, number 5, this card raw, sold for $30,000. 3 weeks later, this PSA 8 10 auto sold for $21,000. So the raw sells for 50% more almost. King Kelly, M28, as I think Orlando of Collector's Dream told me, this is the most desirable. Oh no, it was Cap Anson. But King Kelly, Boston, this is one I would want to have. Obviously, I'll probably never have one. Here's a 9 though, which sold for $317,000. Online card sales hit another high in February with more than almost $500 million. Not more than that, almost. He says more than $481 million. I prefer to say almost $500 million because it's easier. Total doesn't include sales from shows, shops, manufacturers, or retailers. eBay made up a significant chunk of that. $500 million on cards, online only. Speaking of Cooper Flag, this number 10 refractor, black geometric refractor autograph sold for $31,200 in a CGC. You know what? This is interesting. I hadn't noticed this before, but it is in a CGC semi-rigid with you know what? I'm going to pause this for a second. I'm going to look this up. Okay, so apparently CGC has just certified as authentic, and they put this label on. I assume it's a sticker, and they kept it in. I wonder if this is just some cheap product that CGC offers. I have a CGC reveal coming up in a couple weeks, hopefully. Speaking of CGC, this seller, No Flow Cards Enzo, says, I know PSA is king, but did a monthly submission to CGC to see how they would do $17 per card, which includes shipping both ways, 21-day turnaround. Bought cards raw and graded them. Estimated $198 profit on this batch. Including 1 Gem Mint 10, 1 Pristine, the rest 9.5s. PSA bulk sub considered 3 to 5 months at $25 per card. These came back much cheaper in 3 weeks. I'd be curious. I know a lot of you have said you're moving from PSA to CGC. I'd love to hear your stories, how that has gone. You can email me, you can put it in comments, but if you have details, if you have card images, send me an email, thejunkwaxhero@gmail.com. I'm a little behind on my emails, just beware. Here we have, in under 2 hours, this 1983 Michael Jordan first cover. This is a newsstand in a PSA 9.6. It's currently at $183,000, which I believe is going to blow away any other magazine sale ever. PSA registry again. This is Bobby Bridge. 1983 tops, PSA 10, sold for almost $9,000 for Bobby Bridge. This is the Shohei Judge dual gold logo man autograph, 1 of 1. Currently sits at $1.14 million. And then we have this what year is this? Beckett Magazine, 2016. They had graded at that time a total between PSA and BGS, 94 4,000 Ken Griffey Jr. 89 upper deck cards. Now there are 170,000 of them. Almost double. Almost doubled in 10 years. How many will there be in 10 more years? And then here's
Third. Let's take a look.
this very card sold 2 weeks
Boom. There we go.
$2.
All right, we're gonna start with your dice, Nick. Wah, wah.
$11,000.
Boom. Look at that landed on.
It's crazy. The Shohei market.
Look at that big winner.
Actually, I have over here. If you go on collectorinvestorauction.com,
Look at that big winner.
wax hero, I am selling some Shohei PSA 10 rookie cards right here. I also
There you
have
go.
this
Points
Jefferson.
added, Nick.
Go check out my cards. Junk wax hero.
All right.
March
Also
auction.
our deal. Also Monopoly. Yes, guy.
This, I thought this was funny.
Monopoly Go. You getting 2 spins.
They got what they wanted. This sells CP sold. This
Here's Monopoly Go.
gold shimmer, I guess. Number to 50. Sold it wrong. Buyer.
We'll start one from just visiting.
Graded.
While we're here, we'll roll it again. This is their second
I
roll.
want to die. I assume it's a little hyperbole. But if you sold it for what you wanted, then you should be pretty happy. You got what you wanted. Your buyer got what they wanted.
Start you from jail. All right, just visiting. We're gonna roll that one first.
Over at Just Collect posted this. Thought this was a cool Instagram post. He had a buyer come in.
Hey, where the car at?
Collection, all raw, no sleeves, just out loose in a box. And you can see a Mantle rookie here, Willie Mays rookie, another Mantle rookie. And he says,
There it is.
A Ted Williams card. Sure enough, here you can barely see it. 1954 Bowman, Ted Williams.
All right, here we go from just visiting.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
8. That's a prize spot. Dang it. Grab the right thing.
Okay, through the years, dual autograph cards arriving soon in Topps Transcendent Collection. Here's where it gets a little bit weird. We have Ichiro Ken Griffey
There we
Jr.
go.
card that says 1984 batting leaders.
One. That's gonna be $10.
What's the purpose of this? Here we have, this is not one.
4.
63 Bombers, Mike Trout and Albert Pujols.
That's a prize spot.
Is this not going to confuse people who aren't big baseball?
Boom! You're gonna get a mid-tier baseball set spot. And you hit it big. There we go.
Mike Piazza. 2014
Monopoly Go has paid off for you, Mr. Mariachi. What a good purchase. That's gonna net you a 54.
This was funny though. Jeremy Lee took this Michael Jordan 1984 star card, which has fallen down or slid down in the PSA slab, and he compared it to a man with his pants down around his hips or lower than his hips, and put the pan piece sleeve attached to it. eBay is running ads using Wander Franco cards. And I know these are automated. I completely understand these ads are automated. But it seems a little weird to be using Wander Franco cards. Just my feeling. Walter Johnson, man. Look at this banger of a card. SGC 6, man. It looks perfect.
Yep.
See what's happening on the back? This
That's what happens when bonuses go right. That was $200 in free set spots from a $250 purchase. Let that be a lesson for all y'all's asses. That's how we do up here.
added to the collection. Look at this rainbow. These guys, I don't know, 50 roughly. Looking for other printing plates in the mini platinum. Pretty neat. Jonah Tom, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I guess he learned to write in Chinese from his grandfather, and he signed his card. He said he's been waiting for the right card to sign remember, auctionwire.ai. Use code
Auctionwire.ai
60 days off, 60 days free.
is good as hell. See here. Good shot, Nick. Having one-way conversations with the voices in my mind. He does all the talking now, 'cause I'm the quiet kind. I love that line. It's one of my favorite lines from Sturgill Simpson in a song called Remember to Breathe. You got it, sir. Yep.
1980s are when baseball cards changed forever. The early part of the decade was continuation of the 1970s, where cards were produced in relatively small numbers and quality control wasn't very good. After competition from Fleer and Donruss arrived in 1981, Topps started to up their game in both ways. They started producing more cards and producing them in better quality. Well, at least trying to produce them in better quality. And from here, things changed dramatically as we emerged into what we now call the junk wax era. Production numbers soared, as did overall interest in baseball cards, and the hobby changed forever. Fast forward 40 plus years, and professional grading of cards has become a big part of the hobby, for some collectors at least. Numbers of graded cards, which PSA makes available, can tell us a lot about both card production details as well as what has interested collectors right up to the present day. Here's some quick background to set the stage. In the 1980s, Topps printed cards on big sheets that looked like this. Cards are arranged in 12 rows and 11 columns for a total of 132 cards per sheet. With a total of 6 sheets designed this way, that's 132 times 6, or 792 cards total. That's where that familiar number, 792, the number of cards in a set, comes from. In 1980 and 81, complete sets actually had only 726 cards, and that meant some doubles on the sheets. You can see a few examples right here. But how many total copies of each card were produced? Well, that's as simple as how many copies of each sheet were printed and later cut into individual cards. Let's start by looking at the early 1980s. In the first part of the 80s, Topps printed 600,000 to 750,000 copies of each card. They've never released official numbers for print runs, so these numbers are estimates averaged from a number of different sources. It's also worth noting that for the purposes of this video, I'm going to ignore the small number of cards that were double prints in 1980 and 1981.
Nick, they might not.
40-ish years since these cards were issued, many have been submitted to PSA for grading. Here's what the first few years look like on a percentage basis. The high number there for 1980 is about 0.04%, which sounds like a tiny number, but it works out to about 1 in 2,600 cards. So if 600,000 of each 1980 Topps card were produced, that means that on average, about 230 of them have been submitted for grading. We'll come back to this graph in a second, but first, let's dig a bit into 1980 specifically. So first, here are the written numbers that we just saw. In 1980, 600,000 copies were produced for each card in the set, and about 0.04% of them have been submitted to PSA. But the big card from this set is, of course, the Rickey Henderson rookie card, one of the biggest cards in the entire hobby. Where a typical 1980 Topps card has been submitted to Topps about 230 times, the Henderson card has been submitted a staggering 44,000 times. And that's a massive 7.4% of the total number of Henderson rookie cards ever produced. This huge number of submissions for the Henderson is what has driven the overall percentage for the 1980 set so high, with Rickey making up about a quarter of all submissions. Now let's take a deeper look at those grades from PSA for this Rickey Henderson rookie card. Here are those 44,000 submissions split up by percentage of each of the 10 possible grades. As you can see, 7s and 8s are the most common grade, but there are lots and lots of cards graded with 6 or less. At 9 or 10, good luck with that. More copies have been graded a 1 than a 10. More copies have been graded a 3 than a 9. It's amazing. That percentage of 10s of 0.06% is 25 individual examples out of the 44,000 graded. And if you think about the 600,000 total Hendersons produced, that's just 1 in 24,000.
That's the way it goes.
Okay, let's return to our graph. Before we move ahead, I'll just mention that 1981 and 1982 show significant dips in PSA grading rates, mainly because each set lacks a big rookie card like Rickey Henderson. Yes, Tim Raines in 1981 and Cal Ripken's in 1982, they're popular cards, but they're not collected and graded anywhere close to what we see from Rickey. Now, moving ahead, something unexpected happens in 1983, which is that the percentage of cards submitted to PSA spikes back up to 0.29%. What caused that? Well,
A great rookie class.
Ryan Sandberg, Tony Gwynn, and Wade Boggs combining for nearly a third of all submissions for 1983 tops. So you see the pattern here. A popular set combined with one incredibly popular rookie card or several quite popular rookie cards equals a big spike in submission rates. Now let's look at the middle.
That's a no-brainer.
Card production went up in 1984 to 1 million copies of each card, and production levels stayed there through 1986. Meanwhile, rates of submission for grading generally continued to drop. The Don Mattingly rookie card is the only highly popular card for grading from the 1984 set. For 1985, the percentage spikes up because the Roger Clemens, Mark McGwire, and Kirby Puckett rookie cards total about 90 submissions themselves, almost the same number of total submissions for the entire 1984 set. Then in 1986, rates plummeted. Not only is this set devoid of any big rookie cards, it's also pretty easy to see any damage or lack of centering due to the black bordered card design. So the total number of submissions is way down to just over 70,000 cards. Just as a reminder, 90,000 cards have been submitted of just the Clemens, McGwire, and Puckett from 1985. That's more than all of 1984 and more than all of 1986. Now, 1987 is where everything really changed. Let's dig into this part of the story. So, 1986 was an interesting set, but the design made it really hard to produce cards of high quality, and Topps started to really suffer at the hands of Donruss and Fleer. This was a critical turning point for Topps as they realized their 86 design was a failure, particularly in terms of design and print quality. So for 1987, they decided to do something special. They reached back 25 years to their 1962 wood panel design and made their new set an homage to that older set. They also updated their printing and cutting processes to produce higher quality cards. But the biggest change they made, they increased their print run from 1 million copies per card in 1986 all the way to 2.2 million copies in 1987. That's a massive increase for 1 year, and it had a massive impact on the hobby. So, starting in 1987, we enter what we now call the junk wax era. We didn't call it that at the time, where cards are produced in much greater numbers than they ever had been before, and much greater numbers than they were in the 2000s and through to today. As mentioned, production went all the way up to 2.5 million copies of each card in 1987, to 3.5 million in 1988, and 3.75 million in 1989. And how many of these cards have been submitted to PSA? The percentages have plummeted. For 1988, that rate is just 0.0015%, which averages out to about only 1 out of every 69,000 copies of each card. That's what happens with an overproduced product, especially without any highly sought rookie cards. Nice. Even 1987 Topps, which contains lots of collectible rookies including Barry Bonds, Bo Jackson, Barry Larkin, Jose Canseco, Kevin Mitchell, as well as Mark McGwire's first card with the Athletics, has a low submission rate. In fact, look at this side-by-side comparison. First, a reminder of the data from 1980 Topps. And now here's 1987 Topps by comparison. About 4 times as many cards were produced, but about the same total number of cards have been submitted to PSA. Now, if you take away a great class of rookie cards, you get 1988. Despite about 6 times as many cards produced as compared to 1980, the total submissions for 1988 is only 40,000 cards, which is fewer than have been submitted of the 1980 Ricky Henderson card alone. To understand what's going on, the easiest thing to do is go back to the PSA grading histogram. Here's that 1980 Ricky Henderson card again. And now let's add in the 1987 Topps Barry Bonds rookie card. Both cards grade most commonly to 8, but notice that grades 1 through 7 make up 64% of the Henderson population, nearly 2/3, while 1 through 7 grades are only 24% of the Bonds population, less than a quarter. More than 3/4 of the Bonds cards are 8s, 9s, or 10s, and the 10s are 100 times more prevalent than 10s for the Henderson. Think about that. 100 times more likely to get a pristine Barry Bonds rookie card than a pristine Ricky Henderson rookie card. Why?
Yep.
Well, there are a just like everything, it comes down to scarcity and appeal.
Just another way of saying supply and demand. First off, older cards tend to be in worse condition just because they've been kicking around for longer. Maybe they've been sliding around in a shoebox, getting bleached by the sun, or exposed to mold or smoke. Whatever it might be, this makes older cards hard to find in good shape. The larger the print run, the easier it is to get cards in good condition. This is just a simple numbers game. Cards produced by Topps in the late 1980s weren't perfect in terms of quality control. There are plenty of misprinted or miscut cards, but it's also not particularly hard to find a card that is well printed and well centered. The more copies Topps prints, the easier it is to find perfect examples. Quality control matters. And this is really getting at what percentage of a total print run is in pristine condition. For example, of the multiple millions of cards that Topps produced in 1989, a higher percentage were manufactured to high quality standards than the millions of cards they made in 1987. This just makes it easier to find copies in great condition, and also means that imperfect copies are less likely to be collected or graded. And finally, older cards are more likely to be submitted for grading, and this is all down to value. Imagine you found a Barry Bonds rookie card that looked like it would grade to a 7. Would you be excited? Maybe for the fun of collecting, sure, but not in terms of value, as that card would be worth less than $1. Now imagine you found a Rickey Henderson rookie card that also looked like a 7. That's definitely a fun find, but also a valuable one, as that card in a PSA 7 sells for well over $100 these days. So there you have it. The 1980s will always remain a fascinating decade for baseball cards, and the dynamics developed during that period still dominate both production and collecting habits today. I hope you enjoyed this discussion, and I'd love to hear what your favorite cards of the 1980s are. Please hit that like button, subscribe for more, and have a great day. See you soon.
Back in the early 1980s, Major League Baseball saw the emergence of a ton of great young stars. In hindsight, this feels like a golden age of baseball.
Bouncer, second baseman, over to the shortstop Ripken, back to first, double play.
You would think that baseball card companies would have a field day making sets for these young players.
There goes Reigns, the bag, he's in there with a stolen bag.
But things don't always turn out the way that they should.
The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes as Steve Trout delivers and he shoots it to the right side, bounces off for Shorrock, second baseman Bernazard throws it behind.
Alright, I need to address this right here at the beginning. A lot of you guys pushed back on my last video when I said that 1981 was part of the so-called junk wax era. A lot of you said, oh, junk wax doesn't start until like 1986 or 1987 or 1988 or something like that. Now, the truth that I know a lot of you know is that there are mountains of unopened 1981 Donruss and Fleer boxes still out there. The demand for that stuff is not really that high. But it is 100% clear that 1982 absolutely is the junk wax era. I have proof of this. You're going to see this in a second. The reason why we know this is because the junkiest set of the history of baseball cards came out in 1982. And no, there weren't any Rickey Henderson or Tim Raines or Cal Ripken Jr. cards in this set. In 1982, Topps teamed up with that old big box store Kmart to make a special set of baseball cards. The idea was that collectors could get an entire set of 44 cards with bubblegum in a single box as a one-time purchase. They called this a limited edition set, but don't be fooled by that. Actually, this was probably the least limited edition set in the whole history of baseball cards, and the whole concept behind this set right from the beginning was just absolutely awful. The first Kmart opened in California in late 1962, and the store apparently had a sale on underwear to celebrate the opening. Before the end of that month, there were announcements about Kmart locations opening up throughout the Midwest. And the first mega-sized Kmart opened up in Michigan on March 1st, 1962, this time apparently specializing in shoes and socks. So Kmart actually beat Walmart to the punch by like 6 months. It was one of those stores that thrust the United States away from the older mom and pop stores to the era of the so-called big box stores. It's kind of interesting actually today because we're seeing the big box stores facing huge competition from the internet. The big box stores have been on a decline for months. In fact, we went to Target the other day and it's like a ghost town. Anyway, apparently Kmart thought that the best way to celebrate the 20th anniversary was with a special set of cards made by Topps. Even though the box looked bad, I guess the idea wasn't that awful. Baseball cards were hot back then after all, and it wasn't crazy to think that people would pay $2 for a pack of 44 of them with gum. The first problem though is that these cards were literally pictures of older cards. I'm not joking. Instead of giving you an actual replica of a 1962 Topps Mickey Mantle, they gave you a card with a thick border and a picture of the card at a strange angle. The backs featured much less information than the original cards, and everything had that frustrating slant too. I mean, it's almost like you're getting a knockoff baseball card set. It's like the people at Topps decided to give people a baseball card set that was designed to make them think about another baseball card set. There was really no effort put in this at all. And it's only worse when you compare these to the original Topps cards that these were theoretically based on. The 1962 Topps set had a really attractive design, and Mantle's card looks kind of epic. That Kmart card, in contrast, looks faded, almost like they took a flash photo of the original. The back of the original Mantle card featured a cool drawing and some basic statistics. The back of the Kmart version featured less information, no real statistics, and it was printed crooked. And so if you think about this, we've already got two major strikes against this set, right? The first one is that you had to buy the whole set at once. That means that you couldn't actually collect the set. I don't know what Nimrod thought that was a good idea, right? What was wrong with dividing these up into packs of 5 cards each? Why sell all 44 at once? It's stupid. One purchase got you all 44 cards and there ain't no more. The second problem is that the cards were literally pictures of older and better cards with really crappy backs. But the biggest problem of all is that these were all old players. The idea was to print one card for every MVP winner in each league between 1962 and 1981. Of course, there were 2 MVP winners in the 1979 National League, which meant 2 different cards. So that gets you to 41 cards, right? Then they printed 3 of these highlight cards to round out the set. At least this was printed straight, but there was another problem. The problem is that these were all cards for older players and for older seasons. Sure, some of these guys were still playing, but they were older players. Back in 1982, if you wanted to get a Roberto Clemente card, you would just buy an older Roberto Clemente card. This is the thing you've got to understand about the hobby. It's just as true today as it was back in the 1980s. People want cards of today's players in today's sets. Collectors are really not interested in a 2026 set that celebrates Sandy Koufax's career, because we have a million of those, right? Topps does that every year, or Mickey Mantle, or whoever else it is. Right? This is all slop that comes out from Topps and now these days Fanatics, and it comes out every year and nobody ever talks about it. No, people want to speculate on today's hot rookies or the really good young players. So if this 1982 Kmart set had focused on Ripken and Henderson and Valenzuela, it would have been a lot more popular. And I know that for a fact because KB Toys did just that in 1986. In 1986, KB Toys came out with a set that was very similar to that Kmart set. The difference, of course, is that it featured young players, not a bunch of old and retired guys. These cards were attractive and actually looked like baseball cards. Imagine that, not just pictures of baseball cards. And as shocking as it might be, the backs were actual baseball card backs, not strange squares with off-center text. Of course, these cards are also generally worthless, but it's really not a bad set, and it looks a lot better than that 1982 Kmart set. And I know all about that KB Toys set. You know why? My parents got me one back then. I was 2 years old, and what did I do with the cards? I bent them up, I ripped them apart, and I ate half of them. But isn't that what baseball card collecting is all about? Anyway, most collectors don't think about the 1982 Kmart set just like how they don't think about the 1986 KB Toys set. But there is one big problem with that Kmart set. The problem is that they made way too many of these cards. You would not believe just how many of these boxes are out there, mostly unopened. This is one of the most massively printed sets of all time. And you really need to understand this before you decide to spend your money on this junk. Okay, so we gotta talk some economics here, right? The reason why this set was massively printed is because Topps and Kmart saw signs from the beginning of massive collector interest. This is actually a really good examination of the market dynamics that led to the junk wax era taking place in the first place. So this rumor out there that these companies went crazy and they were stupid and why did they do this? They just printed and printed are not really true. What happened is that a lot of people decided to speculate their life savings on baseball cards. Because there were a lot of people buying, companies thought that demand was higher than it really was. The initial price of these was just under $2 for a box. However, word leaked out into the mainstream press about crazy errors in this set, errors that some speculators were willing to pay insane amounts of money for. So you'd see overprinted cards like this example. And usually the presence of a single error card in a box meant that every single card in the same box had a similar error. Some cards were missing ink, like in these examples I found on eBay. This example features 2 Frank Robinson cards. The one on the right has a completely blank back. And there were reports of stuff like wrong backs, upside down backs, and every conceivable error out there for these cards. The printing job here was really, really sloppy. I mean, we're talking like, AI chatbot level of slop, right? And anyway, because some collectors were paying ridiculous prices for the top slop, people started buying up this set like crazy, thinking that there was demand for the cards. In fact, a lot of card store owners and so-called hobby dealers started to buy up cases of this junk before it even hit Kmart stores. Topps responded to this by printing more cards to keep the Kmart stores in stock, and the result was the junk wax insanity. It's not all that common, but you can still find some of these boxes with the original $1.97 price tag. By May 1982, only about 4 months after the initial release, some stores were selling the set for $1.50 each, provided that you had this coupon. This classified ad from September 1982 would give you a full box for $1. And by late September, some baseball card shops would literally give you a box of this set for free if you made a purchase of $5 or more. In the end, even Kmart started giving these boxes away for free. All you had to do was walk into the store. It's much more common to find boxes of this junk with these kind of price tags on them, showing the ridiculously reduced prices as time went on. Contemporary reports indicate that Kmart started selling this garbage for 10 cents a box and still could not find enough buyers. And this is something you really need to keep in mind before you go blow $1,000 on a PSA 10 Maury Wills card. So for decades, card shops would just give boxes of this product away to you if you bought a certain amount of product. In fact, I'm pretty sure that this is how I wound up with these cards years ago without even expecting it or knowing it. I mean, the thing is that people couldn't even give this stuff away. You just need to stay away from the set no matter what. It's not worth it. Now, of course, the most interesting thing about this set is that it featured 2 cards that never really existed back in the old days. The Maury Wills and Fred Lynn cards are retrospective versions of the cards Topps would have issued if they had individual cards in those sets. Neither of these cards actually existed. But you still should be very careful before you spend even a dime on these cards. There are just too many of these out there. Anyway, we have to talk here about what we mean when we say junk wax. It's not just high print numbers. It's high print numbers combined with absolutely non-existent demand. And the feature of these junk wax sets is an abundance of errors, including errors that nobody really cares about. You see this all the time if you go on Facebook, on baseball card groups, and someone's like, oh look, there's a dot misprinting on this 1990 Donruss set or whatever. Like, nobody cares. Nobody's looking at this thinking, oh, I want that card. It's just slop and it's junk. A misprinted 1982 Kmart card or set of cards is worth absolutely nothing today. In fact, during COVID, you should have been using that as toilet paper because it was worth less than toilet paper. Nobody wants this set. It is fool's gold. It is a common trap for naive collectors. And unfortunately, a lot of the dynamics that led to that set still exist in the hobby today. Of course, Kmart didn't have the only junky set in 1982. The 1982 Fleer set was just as bad as the 1981 set. A lawsuit by Topps sought to prevent other companies from including bubblegum with the cards, and so Fleer went for team logo stickers instead. And in hindsight, this whole thing was totally silly, right? I mean, the thing is that bubblegum only hurts baseball cards. Most collectors by the late 1970s were not interested in the awful gum that Topps included with the cards. It went stale after 2 months or something, and even when it was fresh, it wasn't good. So by suing over the gum, Topps inadvertently paved the way for cards to be sold with no insert at all. That paved the way for Upper Deck and that fantastic Upper Deck set in 1989 and all of the changes that came to the hobby over time. Topps should never have sued over bubblegum in 1982. Anyway, the problem with 1982 Fleer is that the cards are ugly and out of focus. The backs are just as boring as the 1981 Fleer backs, though at least there are fewer blatant mistakes. Some of the photos were good ideas, but the picture quality is really bad. This Rickey Henderson card, for example, has got to be the ugliest Henderson card I've ever seen. And then you've got the ridiculous mistakes that Fleer made. But before we get to those, though, I do need to put in a brief plug. So if you like this content, if you want to see more of it, please consider a channel subscription. Or if you want more, check out my Patreon page. Your monetary support makes it possible for me to continue creating this content and hopefully to start ramping things up and to make even better videos than I am now. Now, I've got to tell you, the 1982 Fleer set was not as sloppy as the Kmart set, but man, it is up there. Fleer was smart and put out an individual card for Cal Ripken Jr., which is better than what Topps did. But Ripken was listed as a third baseman, even though he spent most of his season and most of the career at shortstop. And of course, his picture is just blurry. Then you've got cards like this Al Hrabosky, which also features a really blurry and out of focus photo. Some versions of the card list him as being 5 foot 1 inch tall, which is hilarious. And there's also a variation that has Al written on the back instead of his name Al. You can find a corrected version, but the truth is that nobody really cares these days. It's worthless. The whole set is worthless. Unopened boxes do cost a little bit, sure, it's because of idiot YouTubers like me who buy this stuff and then open it on camera and are like, whoop-de-doo, I got nothing again. But the thing is that nobody really wants this set. Fleer did not bother taking a step forward in 1982. It was basically the same set as 1981 Fleer, which was really bad. That would change, however, before long. Donruss, however, was a completely different story. Like Fleer, Donruss had to take away the gum, and so they stuck in a few puzzle pieces instead. You could get 3 puzzle pieces in a single pack, and once again, this strikes me as a much better idea than sticking in gum that can rot and deteriorate. The puzzle was a picture of Babe Ruth, and the pieces came together like this. If you completed, the puzzle looks like this, something you probably could frame. And this was the beginning of Donruss featuring really nice artwork in its sets. With so much competition in the industry, every company needed something to make itself stand out. That might be why Topps was so dead set on getting the exclusive right to bubblegum with the cards, which is a decision that was stupid, right? Fleer apparently wanted to be known for like really blurry photography and cards that were just not well designed. Donruss, however, Donruss devoted itself to quality. The first cards in the 1982 Donruss set were these so-called Diamond King cards. These were high-quality portraits of star players and really were very well done. But of course, they probably should have made the player swinging the bat actually look like Rod Carew. Sure, overprinting means that none of these cards are actually worth any money at all individually, but this attention to artistic quality was really a positive step for the industry as a whole. Donruss wound up developing a reputation for attention to detail, which was a key role in the golden age of Donruss in the mid-1980s. And, you know, I really, really wish that companies would do something like this again these days. You know, these days you have a lot of those like chrome cards, platinum cards, autograph cards, like serialized cards, 1 of 10, 1 of 5, 1 of 1. This card's a different color or whatever. Like, whatever, right? The truth is, though, that the vast majority of these cards are slop. Like, you look at it and it doesn't really mean anything, right? Usually when somebody has like a serial card, they're excited because it's like a 1 of 1. They're not really excited because the card looks good, right? The base sets in particular are really sloppy these days. The latest Topps set, which is the same for every stupid sport, looks just awful. I mean, it looks really, really bad. It looks like they used AI to make it. Even the special insert cards look lame and contrived. In my opinion, we need better photography and we need more art and modern baseball cards, especially in the base sets. Topps heritage should be the norm, not the exception. The design of the normal 1982 Donruss cards is good and the photography is nice. The backs are also clean and easy to read. There are some action shots, though they're not always in focus, like this Steve Carlton card. The Ripken card looks a lot better than the Fleer card, though he's still listed as a third baseman. The other key card in the set is the San Diego Chicken. The Chicken wasn't quite as controversial and notorious as he had been in 1974, but he was still a fan favorite. Anyway, all in all, this Donruss set was a classic. But of course, it was heavily printed, just like every other set from this era. The fact that the Ripken rookie cards are worth some money in top condition does not mean that this set is not junk wax. There's a ton of this stuff out there, right? You can find low condition sets for cheap if you look. It just doesn't always show up on auction sites. The reason why is because old collectors know that most people don't want like a poor condition binder full of 1982 Donruss. And then there was Topps. So Topps featured these facsimile autographs on the cards, which a lot of people like. The backs, however, were this puke green color, and they looked a lot less clean than the Donruss backs. Some people like the hockey stick design, and some people don't. Personally, this isn't really my favorite design, but 1982 Topps is the set that most people think of when they think of 1982 baseball cards. Just remember that there are a lot more of these cards out there than you think. This Cal Ripken Jr. rookie card was the key card in this set for decades. And I should note that even Topps called him a third baseman, and whatever happened to Bon Bonner? The Dave Stewart rookie card was also popular for years, mostly because of his success in the late 80s with Oakland. And the most notable air card is this Pascual Perez card with no position listed on the front. But you know, Topps made a big mistake in 1982, just like it made in 1981 and would make throughout the rest of the decade, right? What was that mistake? Well, Topps decided to not make individual cards for certain rookie players. Instead, they left those cards to the Topps traded set. I guess the idea was that they wanted to hedge their bets. They wanted to wait to see if Ripken was any good before giving him his own card, right? It really hurt Topps in the market. The reason why is because you could buy a bajillion packs of 1982 Topps, but you would never get like the Ripken individual card. You had to buy a box of Topps traded to get that one. You see, the dream has always been to open up a pack like this with a Hall of Fame rookie, and it's an added bonus when the Hall of Famer is the top card of the cello pack. But you'll never find the top solo card of Ripken, no matter how many of these packs you end up going through. Instead, this iconic Ripken card was only in the Topps traded set and was not available in any packs. And as you can see here, the puke green was replaced by deep red, making the back completely impossible to read. Thanks, Topps. To get the Ripken, you had to buy a traded box, and you got all 132 cards at once. Of course, the fact that you're guaranteed a Ripken rookie means that these boxes go for a lot these days, and it's really a gamble on what condition the card is in when you finally open the box. The other key card in the traded set is this Ozzie Smith Cardinals card, which actually looks pretty nice. But keep in mind that there are a lot more of these cards out there than you think. All in all though, despite my complaints, 1982 Topps actually was not a bad set. I don't really like the thick borders that much, but the autographs are really nice and the photography is actually really good. Topps was miles ahead of Fleer for sure. OP-Chi came out with a set of 396 cards in the same Topps design. They're really easy to spot, just look for the French. OP-Chi packs only cost $0.25 instead of the 30 cents we paid in the United States, but you also got fewer cards. And if you look closely, you can see through the wax to figure out who the back card is. Now, we've already talked about that ridiculously bad Kmart set, but there are a few other of these smaller and, unusual baseball card sets from 1982 that I do want to talk about. Most people in the hobby either ignore these sets or don't even know that they exist. For example, Topps teamed up with Squirt to create panels of cards that were supposed to be sold with the soda. These were interesting alternatives to the official Topps cards and featured backs that look a lot nicer. These were designed to hang on to 6 packs of the soda with a perforated hanger hole up on top. However, most of these cards were purchased by collectors directly from the warehouses before they ever appeared in stores. Now, there's actually a really long history of selling baseball cards with soda, though the sets tend to be smaller and they don't command all that much attention. The most famous of these sets has got to be the 1958 Hires Root Beer set, and this is worth taking a few minutes to look at. This 66 card set was a nice alternative to Topps, which of course had its monopoly back in those days. The backs also specified that the cards could only be given away with purchases of the product, which makes the set feel a little bit more legitimate. Those 1958 Hires cards are more valuable if the bottom tab is attached, though most kids apparently went for the book and the membership card instead. Anyway, the Topps and Squirt relationship started in 1981, and these cards look a lot like the design of those old Hires Root Beer cards. Again, the only frustrating thing is that the majority of these cards never actually appeared in stores since dealers decided to buy up everything straight from wholesale. And this is, of course, another sign that we were already in the junk wax era. Everybody wanted to speculate, but only speculate on the cards. A lot of people tried to keep everything in like factory condition for as long as possible. Now, I think that it's normal to have like a card you want to keep looking really nice. You want to keep it looking like it's still new. That makes sense to me. But having like the soda can hanging advertisement look as good as new is really, really weird. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys think differently, but for me, I don't know what you're doing, bro. Eventually, the company started to realize that collectors only wanted the cards and really didn't care about the gum or the soda or the Cracker Jacks or the cookies or whatever. Drake's also made cards in 1982 in connection with Topps. There had been a 1981 Drake set as well, though most of those cards were sold directly to dealers as complete sets, bypassing the cakes. But most people didn't pay much attention to this set at all. Kellogg's also had another 3D card set in 1982 that kept up a tradition that went back years. Again, you can find whole boxes featuring these old ads if you really want them. The boxes didn't contain cards in 1982. Instead, you had to send in 2 proof of purchase labels and $4 to get the full set. And the cards are kind of underwhelming. And 1982 also saw the return of an iconic company from the early days of baseball card collecting. We're talking the really early days, though this set was a big disappointment. Now, you would think the 1982 Cracker Jack would be an all-time classic set. Unfortunately, Topps and Cracker Jack only made cards for retired players. The other unfortunate thing is that the card design is boring and it really sucks. Seriously, why couldn't they make cards that looked like the old 1915 Cracker Jack design? This was an all-time classic set, and Topps really dropped the ball by not going for this style. Anyway, the 1982 Cracker Jack set came as uncut sheets, one for the American League and one for the National League. If you ordered them from the company, chances were really good that your sheet was going to get damaged in shipping. The smart choice back then was to buy uncut sheets from card shops, which were able to buy them in bulk from the company. Anyway, the cards are what they are, and this was a real missed opportunity, at least in my opinion. Well, there you have it for the 1982 baseball cards. Now, I do want to be clear. This absolutely is the junk wax era, right? Fight me in real life, bro. Anyway, these cards are overprinted. Speculation on baseball cards back in 1982 was rampant, especially for new sets. Now, the fact that you like some of the Topps cards, the fact that the Ripken card might be worth 4 figures in PSA 10 condition does not mean that this is not junk wax. This is junk wax. This is absolutely junk wax. And whatever you do, stay far, far away from those 1982 Kmart cards. Trust me.
This is a sealed box of 1981 Topps football. And if I get lucky, there is a $60,000
Montana rookie card sitting inside this box. So we're gonna rip it right
Man, ain't nobody buying those Kmart cards thinking they got some. Shut up, man. Drove me nuts that whole video.
Arena Club Studio in Cards HQ. Happy Super Bowl Sunday, or at least for those of you watching this on Super Bowl Sunday. Some of you may be watching this sometime in the future, but I'm going to be celebrating this Super Bowl Sunday by opening up this box. We're going back in history. We're going back to 1981 Topps football, and this is a big old box.
I got these. I got these in stock.
What, 540 cards? We're expecting 36 packs, and we're expecting 15 cards per pack. So 540 cards coming out of this box.
Yeah, they look like 79 wrappers.
Topps football set has 528
They
cards.
reused the wrappers.
Probably, we'll see where the math lands, but most likely we will get one of every card. Now, that doesn't mean we actually will get one of every card. Math would suggest we should get one of every card, but chances are we'll probably get 2 or 3 of certain ones and 0 of other cards. It just kind of depends on how the collation ended up here. But the card that we really want is that Joe Montana rookie card. A card that, if it's a PSA 10, could be worth $60,000 or more. That's the one we're going for. But there's actually a lot of really nice cards in this 1981 Topps set. Before I rip these, let me just show you real quick. I'm going into the Sports Card Investor app here, and I typed in 1981 Topps football into the search bar, and what you're seeing here is all of the different cards from 1981 Topps football, at least all of the key cards from 1981 Topps football, right? And there's some big names here. So, like, for example, this is Art Lump's rookie card, right? Great all-time receiver. This card in a PSA 10 most recently did $1,858. You've also, you can get
Yeah, but you ain't getting a 10.
Not his rookie, but still could be a valuable card. It is Billy Sims' rookie card.
Yeah, it is. It is, CP. You got that right. That's what we doing.
Montana to Dwight Clark.
That's what we have devolved to.
Are actually in this product, and you've got some other great players, as you can see here as well. A lot of really big names that hopefully we're going to come across today as we're ripping these packs. But let me go back real quick to this Joe Montana, because this in a PSA 10.
Tropic Thunder, baby.
On the screen, or let me switch to the Soul tab. Here you can see on the screen what the most recent sales of this card have been in the PSA 10. $62,200, the most recent sale as of the recording of this video. Now that's in a PSA 10, and of course the cards may not come out in perfect condition. PSA 9 for that Joe Montana, still a very valuable card. Last sale $3,294.
sale before that, $3,782. So you're still talking a very valuable card, one that will more than pay for the box in a PSA 9, in a PSA 8, not as much. In a PSA 8, you're looking at around $400. So you're really hoping to get some of the good cards here, and you're really hoping to get some of these good cards in really good condition. Are we going to be able to make that happen today? Let's start ripping. Let's start ripping right now and see what these cards start to come out at. And there's your gum, ladies and gentlemen. That is your nice
That's how it be.
one chewing gum right there. I tell you what, I'll make a deal with you. If I pull a Joe Montana that looks like it was PSA 10, I'm eating some of that gum.
You're not gonna do it though.
So this is the 1981 Topps design. There's Jaws right there off the bat.
The universe is infinite.
Fans.
Charles Perry. Infinite means infinite.
Steve Largent, he's relevant right now. You got the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
He's not relevant.
They're great receivers from the 1980s. I remember watching him as I was growing up. So this is pack number 1. Oh, man, a lot of old hairstyles we're going to see as well as we go here. These packs, this is kind of interesting. These packs are 1979 Topps football wrappers. This is the wrapper design from 1979 Topps football, even though this was 1981 Topps. So this is actually kind of a common thing from like the 1970s.
Yeah.
Topps, Tony Dorsett.
Dorsett's a good card.
A nice copy of the card too, by the way. These are looking pretty good.
Right.
Coming out of the pack. Like that one is centering left right on that strong. Centering top down is
In that one universe where I played quarterback.
a white bar on the top and not quite enough on the bottom. So
It was actually good.
But otherwise, the card looks strong. Like the corners look good, the edges look good. No like stains on the card. Like these are coming out of the pack looking good. So that's a nice sign. I'm pleased to see that. But yeah, these are the 1979 Topps wrappers. What Topps used to do is if they had a set where they didn't sell well enough, they didn't use all the wrappers. They would just
Stay there, buddy.
them the next year.
Stay there, buddy.
So they literally, I guess they had leftover wrappers from 1979 Topps where they hadn't sold enough wrappers. That gum is the best. That's PSA 10 gum right there, ladies and gentlemen. In the other packs, it's been all broken up. But look at that gum. That's PSA 10 gum from 1981. Perfect condition gum that has survived all of those decades. That's pretty cool. But yeah, Topps would reuse, packs that they didn't use from previous products. Believe it or not. So, so these packs are from 1970. The wrappers are from 1979. Even though Archie Manning, there you go. Even though the cards are 1981. So a little piece of old sports card history there that sometimes you'll get sets from the 70s with packs from a different year.
Probably.
Okay, let's lock in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see some of these big names.
You think?
For some of those rookies, and especially
Got more than me too.
Joe Montana. Okay, that's Kellen Winslow, so he's one of the rookies we're looking for from that year. So that's a good one. That's his super action card. Not perfectly centered, but a nice card nonetheless. Another Jaws card, and that one is pretty nicely conditioned. I'm optimistic that we're going to get something good. I'm optimistic that Montana is going to come out if we find one. There's the Archie Manning. I'm optimistic that Montana is in really good condition because a lot of these cards right now are looking pretty solid to me in terms of condition. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something if I were to pull? Well, actually, wait, here's a 49ers team leaders card. You got Dwight Clark on there. I guess you don't have. They don't have the quarterback on there. That's a miss. Come on, man. Why don't we have Montana on that card? You got Dwight Clark on that card. Or maybe that was. Let's see. That might have. Maybe Montana couldn't have made that card because that was from stats from the season.
Yes, he was a rookie when it was printed. He didn't have any service time when that card was printed.
I'm not sure if Montana could have made that one or not. But I know Montana.
He got to the right answer.
You guys have probably seen Montana's iconic rookie card. And man, wouldn't it be something if we hit one of those and it happens to be in good enough shape to actually qualify for a PSA 9 or 10 grade There have been a couple that I have made my money back on. Most of the time you don't. Most of the time you do not. This box, I paid $2,200 for. Nice Aussie Newsom there. I paid $2,200 for this box. So to make my money back on this box, there's a Dan Fouts, big name from the day. To make my money back, I either got to get the Joe Montana and grade it and get a PSA 9 or 10. That would make my money back. Or I've got to get one of these other kind of top rookies like an Art Monk and grade it and get a PSA 10. So that is basically what I have to do in order to make the money back that I spent on this box. Am I optimistic about that happening?
Nope.
Nah, probably not. I mean, the reality is I've opened up enough of these old boxes, enough of these old packs to know that most of the time it doesn't work out in your favor. But there have been times when it has. It is possible. There have been times when I actually have opened up some of these old boxes and I have gotten PSA 10s. I did that when I opened up 1988 Fleer basketball. I was able to get some PSA 10s out of that. I opened up 1975 Topps baseball on this channel. I was able to get some PSA 10s out of that. So it is possible to open up a box like this and to get PSA 10s. Not common, but it's possible. So, you know, it's we're going to keep the hope alive. And we're about a quarter of the way through. I've not found a Joe Montana or an Art Monk or any of the key rookie cards that I'm going for yet. Not found the Dwight Clark. But I'm keeping hope alive. Some of these photos are funny, man, on some of these cards. Like, there's a lot of, like, just kind of...
Jan Stenerud.
You know,
there it is.
Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We hit the Joe Montana rookie card. That is exactly
Diamond
what
cut,
I
but a
wanted to
beautiful
have
card.
happen. So fitting to be opening up this on Super Bowl Sunday and to hit the Joe Montana rookie. That is what I wanted. That is great. And by the way, hopefully that's just one of multiple, right? Like, that doesn't mean that's the only one in the box. We got the opportunity to hit more of these. Okay, so the Montana rookie, we got nice looking corners, edges. We've got no surface stains or issues. We are not super well centered, unfortunately. You can see there's a little bit of a shift on the front, the left to right centering. There's slightly more white bar on the left and on the right. But on the top and the bottom, it is even more evident. There's more white bar on the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
So that is unfortunately not well centered enough to get a PSA 10 or probably even a PSA 9. I think you're probably looking in like PSA 8 territory here. Other than that, though, it looks really sharp. The surface looks really good. The centering on the back is worse than the front. You can see the big white bar here, very little on that side. But PSA doesn't grade the back centering nearly as tight. They're more focused on the front centering. What do you guys think? I think like 7, PSA 7, PSA 8, I think we're in that range on this card. What do you guys think on this one? Let me know in the comments. But I'm going to go try to find some more Montanas. Hopefully this is just one of multiple. By the way, as I am getting hits today out of this, I will be putting them into BCW card supplies. You guys know BCW. They make all of your great card sleeves. They make your top loaders. They make card
Product
holders
placement.
Submit cards to grading card savers. They make magnetic card holders, binders, all kinds of great supplies. And BCW sponsors our shows, and they will give you 10% off your supply order at BCW if you use promo code SCI. Go to bcwsupplies.com is their website. We'll put that on the screen. bcwsupplies.com. Promo code SCI at checkout gets you 10%
You heard him.
off everything on bcwsupplies.com. So, you know, stock up on your top loaders and everything else you may need. Look at that Bob Greasy. Obviously a big-time quarterback from the 1970s. That's funny with the glasses on under the helmet. What a photo of that card. Man, that's a throwback right there, isn't it? We got a little Walter Payton mention on that Bears team leaders card. That's a that card is actually nicely centered. So, like,
That's a beautiful
that
copy.
That one's got pretty decent centering on that. I might put that one in my pile over here to consider grading. after the video is over. By the way, speaking of grading, I think you guys probably know, if you've heard it on the channel, we got PSA here inside Cards HQ now. So anything I want to grade, I literally just have to walk it over to the PSA counter, staffed by PSA employees here inside Cards HQ in Atlanta. So if you
They're
are
dicks,
ever
though.
passing through the Atlanta area,
Or he was a dick to
and you have
me.
cards you want to
Whatever.
grade, bring them into Cards HQ and you can hand them direct to PSA employees, and they will be checked in right away. And PSA will take on the insurance and the shipping. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Just drop them off here at the PSA Submission Center inside Cards HQ here in Atlanta. If you're not able to make it to Atlanta, Art Shell, another good way to grade is if you go to sportscardinvestor.com and click grading in the main menu bar. We have a bulk grading submission service through Got Baseball Cards, where they do a really good job of pre-screening your cards and getting you some discounts at PSA and everything like that. So if you're remote and you just want to mail your cards in, go to sportscardinvestor.com, click grading in the main menu bar. All right, let's keep rolling here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Specifically the guy at Cards HQ.
We are looking for the big names. Big checklist, obviously, right?
It's alright. I kind of shut it down and
When
he
we started
snapped
the
to
video,
it.
There were 500, and I think it was 528 cards in this checklist. So, Randy White, big name.
I just told him, hey man, there's no need for that.
Pretty good on the centering of that one. Better centered than
Like,
my Montana
your information here is poorly posted.
That-
There's
my
no need for that.
Montana
It's a
looks
submission
like
drop-off
that, I would
center.
be really, really excited. This card looks better than my Montana did. So hopefully we find a second Montana here. But yeah, big checklist. The reason why you're seeing, oh, there's an Art Monk rookie. Okay, there we go.
He's just sitting there on his
super well
phone, you
centered,
know.
unfortunately, but he's one of the names. You know what's funny? I actually had this card as a kid. I may still have this card. I need to go through some of my old card binders. I kept all of my old card binders from when I was a kid, and I had, for whatever reason, I had the Art Monk 1981 Topps rookie card. I traded for it on a playground when I was a kid. Sometime along the way, I very specifically remember that card and having that card. And of course, Monk was a big receiver in the 80s, 70s and 80s, or 80s I should say, not 70s. In the 80s, he was a big receiver. Obviously, Washington had a pretty good team some of those years, and he was an important part of it. Terry Bradshaw, all-time great, coming off of a few Super Bowl wins from the 1970s there. It's a good card to see. Yeah, big checklist, 528 cards, I believe, is what it was. And so you're going to see a lot of different names, right? A lot of names. It went real deep. Checklist today, for the most part, most products today, especially football products, the checklist is a lot smaller, right? They typically have, you're typically not going to find many offensive linemen. If any, here you're getting like the center. You're typically not going to find many kickers. Here you're getting kickers, right? Here you're really getting like more of a complete roster of all the different positions. Whereas with football products today, oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that, Walter.
That's a great card.
That's a nice copy of that too, guys. That's pretty well centered. That is a nice Walter Payton card.
I'd be thrilled as hell for that card.
Oh gosh, you know what? Oh, darn it.
Oh no.
Laughing Rob on the producer desk. That was the last card in the pack. Guess what? Guess what it was? Guess
Well,
what it was
maybe.
touching the whole time for the last. How many years is this? What? 40, 45 years? For the last 45 years, that card was touching that gum, and you can see it all over the back of it. Now you might be able to wipe that off. Like we can probably get some of that off. I've heard a trick actually of getting like wax stains and gum stains off cards is using pantyhose, believe it or not. So I'm just going to sleeve this up for now, and then we'll try to, I'll see what I can do. Because I got to get that gum residue off before I walk that over to our PSA Submission Center. Their PSA probably won't treat that too kindly with that gum residue on it, the way that it sits right now. All right, let's keep this rolling. let's get some more of the big names. I'm pleased that some of the big names are starting to show up. I'm pleased that we found a Joe Montana, obviously. I'm pleased that we got a Walter Payton. I'm pleased that we got an Art Monk rookie card. Those are the names that you're looking for. Some of them. We'd like to get a Dwight Clark rookie card, because then you got the Montana to Clark Super Bowl connection together on the same card, which would be pretty cool. We'll see if we can come across one of those. But yeah, back then, they even put punters in the product, right? So I mean, back then you had all of the you know, a lot of the roster for a lot of these teams got cards. And it's not the case today, right? Today, your sets do more limited rosters, especially in football. They do more limited rosters. So some of these guys like tackles and that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, they may go their entire career today without getting a card, which kind of stinks, because if they played in like the 70s or 80s, they probably would have gotten a card. Your kickers would have gotten a card. All of your defensive players would have gotten a card. Your punters, your offensive linemen, and a lot of those guys aren't getting cards today. Kellen Winslow, that's another good name from this set as well. James Lofton, big name from that era. Okay, we are about halfway through with our packs. We've got one Montana so far. If I get two Montanas, this will be a lucky box. But it's entirely possible that I will. It's entirely possible that I'm happy that I got one. But I'm going to get a little greedy here and tell you that I won a second. Otis Anderson, big name from that era as well.
Otis Supreme.
Hope you guys are having a great Super Bowl Sunday. If you are, in fact, watching on Super Bowl Sunday.
This is not Super Bowl Sunday for me.
Who you got in the game tonight? I am excited for
I got Seattle.
the Super Bowl.
I think Seattle's going to win, man. I just feel it.
Seahawks, good receiver. I will actually be in the stands for the Super Bowl. I'm really excited, guys. My first Super Bowl that I will ever be attending in person. I have watched.
I'll take Seattle.
Every Super Bowl.
I'll give you 2-to-1 odds.
I can remember since I was a little kid. So, I probably have.
Who wants to take that bet?
I've watched over 40 Super Bowls on TV. But I've never been to one. Never been to one. The Super Bowl, Ed Tall Jones, fun player from that era. The Super Bowl came through Atlanta a number of years ago. It was probably, 7 years ago the Super Bowl came through Atlanta, maybe.
Yeah, you build a stadium, you get a Super Bowl.
Either kids are watching, they're probably doing 6, 7 right now.
Yep.
6 or 7 years ago, the Super Bowl came through Atlanta. I went to some of the events around the Super Bowl. Herb Edwards, there you go. I went to some of the events around the Super Bowl, like the Super Bowl experience. I actually went to the Walter Payton Awards, was able to do a few things around the Super Bowl, but I didn't actually go to the game. And so this will be the first year that I am actually going to the game.
Prop bet. I'll bet you $100,000 that Ricky Martin's a part of it.
Excited for that. Excited for the Super Bowl today. Hope it's a good game. I think it will be. I think the Seahawks prevail. There's Billy Sims. That's one of the cards you're looking for right there. It's a nice one. We'll sleeve that up later. I think the Seahawks prevail over the Patriots. Super action, Tony Dorsett. Not very well centered on that one.
He got it right.
Pretty cool card nonetheless.
His prediction was actually right. He made this prediction before the game.
I think the Seahawks prevail. But, I don't know. The Patriots obviously have Super Bowl magic on their side. It would not shock me if the Patriots won and it was a close game. I think a lot of people are probably just looking for that. There's another Jim Plunkett. I think a lot of people are just kind of looking for a close game and something that's entertaining. Mike Webster, All-Pro center. Hopefully it's a good one. It will be a little weird being in the stadium. I gotta say, I actually enjoy the commercials. And it's always one of my favorite parts of the Super Bowl. I always enjoy the commercials. I always like watching commercials. Sometimes the commercials are better than the game itself.
Never.
I'm not going to get to see any of the commercials. Just be hanging out at the stadium. him, I guess, during those long commercial breaks. But it's going to be pretty cool to be there, get to experience that in person, and see what that's like. See what that's like. Let me know your thoughts on the Super Bowl. Who you got? Who you rooting for? Who you got? Let me know in the comments. Maybe, why don't you throw out a score prediction? And we'll see who's closest. We'll see who's closest. Jack Lambert, part of that steel curtain for the Steelers back in the 1970s.
29-13 Seahawks over Patriots. That's what I'm going to guess. That's my official guess.
Put that one on the side. That's a nice one. I like that one. Joe Theismann. That's a nice Joe Theismann card, too. Now, look at the centering on that one's really good. That's how I wanted my Montana to be, man. The Theismann is solid. That is a solid card. That looks really good. Really nice card. Okay. So some of these cards are coming out of here real good. Now this Walter Payton, on the other hand, not so much, right? Centering on that is pretty awful. So it's all over the map with this. It's not like there's not. Some of these cards are coming out really well centered. Some of these cards are coming out with poor center, just kind of all over the map. All right, I think we're down to about our last 7 packs here, 7 or 8 packs. John Stallworth, and that's a nicely centered card. Great receiver from that era, Super Bowl champion. Leroy Selman, Tampa Bay great. There you go. A lot of fans of him down in Tampa. Still think he's still got his Leroy Selman barbecue restaurants down there. I think he passed away though, right? I think Leroy Selman passed away. So rest in peace, Leroy Selman. But I think there's still restaurants in his name that are operating down there, I believe. All right, where are we at here? Where are we at? Broncos team leaders. 5 packs left. Let's make it meaningful. No Dwight Clark yet still. No Dwight Clark. 1 Montana. 1 Art Monk. Got Kellen Winslow. No Dwight Clark. By the way, that Sports Card Investor app that I was showing you guys earlier, when I was showing you the card prices for the set, totally free to download that. That is an entirely free app. We got 2 apps. You guys probably know we got Market Movers, which is our paid app. And you can try Market Movers for free as well, but it's a subscription app, and it gives you like really detailed charts and data on cards. And then we got our Sports Card Investor app, which is it's a little bit of a lighter weight app. It shows you what cards are trending. It gives you the recent sales for cards. And the Sports Card Investor app really makes it easy to shop for cards as well. So it's a great free app. It's entirely free, nothing to pay for in that app at all. So if you don't have that one on your phone, make sure to go grab that. Just go to the App Store on your phone and search for Sports Card Investor. Download the Sports Card Investor app. I think you're going to enjoy it. All right, we're down to our last 3 packs here, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to get a little more Super Bowl magic? Are we going to get 1 more Montana? I will say I've not seen many duplicates. Like I feel like I could probably create a complete set or close to a complete set because I've not seen many duplicate cards. I don't really remember any duplicate cards. Have I got any duplicate cards so far? Feels like this was, hey, look at that. There we go. That was the other one I wanted, the Dwight Clark rookie card.
There you go, good card.
I got my Clark and Montana connection on the 2 rookie cards. There you go. The Dwight Clark is better centered than the Montana by a little bit, I think. So that's actually pretty good. I actually think that Dwight Clark card looks pretty good. See how the back of it looks? The back of it's nice. That's a nice card. The Dwight Clark card is going to get sleeved up and is going to be submitted to PSA in our PSA submission center here inside Cards HQ. There you go. There you go. Making it a little bit, making this box rip feel pretty good. How about Bill Sims? That's a nicely centered card too. Pretty good on that one. So look, there were some good cards in here for sure. One last pack. One last chance for Montana. Do we have some last pack?
Be right back, 1 second.
I hope we do. Let's see how we do. final pack.
Let's go, let's go. Sometimes it's fun to just rip these old boxes, you know? See some of these old names. Franco Harris. A lot of old names on here. All right, we're down to the ends. Fred Cook is Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the card box opening. All right, we only got the one Montana, but I'm pretty pleased that we got a Montana. We got the Dwight Clark. We got the Art Monk. This was a lot of fun. Thank you guys for joining me. 1981 Topps football. A really fun trip down memory lane. If you're watching this on Super Bowl Sunday, have a great Super Bowl. Don't forget to check out bcwsupplies.com to stack up on card supplies. Promo code SCI gets you 10% off everything at BCW Supplies. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with our next one. Take care.
All right. It's 9 o'clock. Sometimes at the 9 o'clock hour, this ramps up a little bit. Who wants some wax packs? Give it a shot. Show me what you got. Bonuses galore. That is not the name of a James Bond girl. It's something galore, but it ain't bonuses. Leroy Selman. You want some? Come get some. brought to you by the strippers. Strippers. Nick had some good hits earlier on the bonuses. He hit the 10K points on the dice. It's a 1 in 6 shot at $50. Leroy Selman. Leroy Jenkins. All right. Max Cosby to the Baltimore Ravens. What's up, Kusaba? You're just in time for gummy time, Kusaba. It's about to happen. I'm running low on gummies, too. Yeah. I mean, if you tried a different gummy, maybe they would. Like it's a very personal thing. They hit everybody different. Look for like gummies that have an imbalance between the THC and the CBD. If you're getting Delta 9, grab you one that's maybe a 10 milligram Delta THC and a 5 milligram CBD. See, they kind of work in concert with each other. They kind of offset each other a little bit. So there's a net of 5 with that one. If you're trying to net 0, it might not have given you any hallucinogenic effect, depending on what your tolerance level for stuff is. And like people that have never done it still have a tolerance level. It's weird. Like it affects everybody differently. Yeah. Probably not at this time. I've really slowed down my buying because I don't have time to sell them other than on here. I can't sell my cards on here. No problem, man. Thank you for coming in and chatting. I appreciate it. The more the watch count is, the more YouTube recommends it to people. And we don't really be getting watch counts these days. We need them, but we don't really be getting them. It's been brutal out there. Alright, let's see if anybody got in. I doubt it. But we've had a pretty good day, though. Sold some Series 1 Jumbo. Sold some Rip Packs. Sold some Set Spots. I'm trying to pop my shoulder. was nice. Hanging out. I got a new power bank the other day. I kind of like it. So it's got the thing here if you want to plug it into a wall. It's got a USB-C cable, retractable. Who knows that? Oh, it's magnetic too, so it pops down. C port, A port. And this is something that I did not notice till tonight. The handle here, I said, wait a minute, that looks a little weird. I didn't even notice this. But, boop. Boop. It lets you store a little lightning cable, which has helped because I have an older iPhone, so I dig it. Got it on dailydeal.com for $13. It's 10,000 milliamps. Got a nice little display here when you turn it on. Lights up with the percentage. Pretty cool. Go, let's check sales. Anybody interested in a card pile? I can do a card pile right now. I can do a card pile. It'll be good. GOOT. Man. What up, G? G. Well, that gummy and 2 Tylenol 2s really did the trick on my neck pain. A THC gummy and 2 Tylenol 2. Oh, I'm like a new man. Full range of motion too. Look at this. I can even do this. I haven't been able to do that in a while. A few days actually. BJ in a handy? Well, I mean, if you can get it, go for it, Ted. BJ in a handy 2 bits. Two bits. I just realized that was funny. If you can get that for 2 bits, would you want it? I heard something pretty cool today. They said, if a man writes you a sonnet, he loves you. If a man writes you 10 sonnets, the man likes sonnets. BJ in a handy 2 bits. BJ and the Bear. BJ and a handy 2 bits. What? From who? Ooh. Damn, a big old bitch. Boom. We plop. We plop. Bucky's dark chocolate almonds. These are good. As far as dark chocolate almonds go, these are the best dark chocolate almonds I think I've ever had in this entire world. I just can't cut them because, well... There we go. What I got in the record player?
There's a mid-July whitetail in velvet, red as your old Chevrolet. And I was 16 when you wrecked it, and we were lucky we both walked away.
What a great song this is.
You could day work and scrape out a living, the work for which you had been born. You were quick with a laugh and forgiving, and tied hard and fast to the horn. We had kelpies and good quarter horses. We had wheat pasture years tied down. We learned pain was a price of admission, and you were never done paying it down. Back on the Red River, not hard to remember when your daddy would never get old. When I saw the world from up on your shoulders, I remembered the view. When you live like we do, death doesn't leave with the best part of you. On days off, we'd help out our neighbors, and we smiled and we sweated for free. You'd earned every drink with your labor, and I'd sleep on your front seat till 3. And you'd call it a cure for a snake bite, reach for death, old crow. Some medicine should get your head right when the symptoms were starting to show.
You're so good.
Back on the Red River, not hard to remember when your daddy would never get old. And I saw the world from up on your shoulders. I remembered the view. When you live like we do, death doesn't leave with the best part of you. And there are pickups lined up down the driveway. Have a 2 years, I'd be on my third on a good day. I find my last bottle of beer. I guess Saturday started without you. I knew before I got the call. The red July bucks are in Belgium. I'll tell you about them this fall. Back on the Red River, not hard to remember when your daddy would never get old. Gotta look at the world from up on your shoulders. I remember the view when you live like we do. Death doesn't leave with the
Well.
best part of you. Gotta look at the world from up on your shoulders. I remember the view when you live like we do. Death doesn't leave with the best part of you. You come out of nowhere like a small town force of nature. A greater generation coming back to show its face. Long before the world would ask you what you had to offer. Some old busted banjo picking out Amazing Grace.
10/21. Let's check orders.
Did you take my love to the heavens above, or to Denver or some mountain city? Render my heart with
The hand of an artist. Hey now, I'm stocked for the drought.
I'm settled in.
There ain't no getting out. Hey now, don't you know where that leaves me? Learning in time, the voice in my mind
Ain't never been mine
all along.
Forgiving you is a thing I can do, no matter what you have done wrong. I relate to it all as a whippoorwill calls,
Lovesick and open about it.
lonesome for home that I left
Long ago,
and finally
I did. I put in my bid
for a life I kept
quietly under my lid.
Finally I did, like a starry-eyed kid. Learning in kind, the voice in my mind ain't never been mine all along. Forgiving you is the thing I can do, no matter what you have done wrong. At the old county line, see the logging road signs. They run through the country like veins. The red oak and hickory and dogwood and pine. Hey now, there's no need to hide. No one can find you now, not if they tried. Hey now, where does that leave me? Learning in kind, the voice in my mind ain't never been mine all along. Forgiving you is a thing I can do, no matter what
Do
you
you not like the country music? Is that it? I got news for you. It's all country music.
in the bitter honest light of day. Really don't need to be here. There ain't too much left to say. Really don't need to be here. It's all a racket anyway. My roommate tells me about Iraq. Patched him up when he came back. I guess I've had it easy. I guess I've had it easy. I play along for say smile. If they saw me coming by a mile. Ruling class to rank and file. The burden's all the same now. The burden's all the same. And I'll be back, yes I will. Spend my money and drink my fill. Long and empty hours to kill. Ain't no changing me now. Ain't no changing me. At the risk of sounding cavalier, my head and heart and conscience clear. I pray deliverance from fear. The only thing I need now. The only thing I need. Well, have you looked in the eye? Have to state it, not implied. The choice is but to do or die. Nothing in your way now. Nothing in your way. I'll be leaving, yes I will. Cyclone in my soul, be still. The heart is pulling the spill. Well, how did I get here now? How did I get here?
They got me rolling, rolling. Oh, this song is beautiful. It's Heaven Passing Through by Turnpike. It's so beautiful.
The sawmill lights that shone so bright you could barely see the stars. But we caught a couple falling out on a blanket in the yard. You winding down from a late shift down at the nursing home. Feels so good to be up late, pretending that I'm gone. Come back from the dark somehow, finally living in the here and now. No sign of a thundercloud following you. Don't take it personal, the world don't turn around you. Hold on to the moment like it's heaven passing through.
79.
We washed the X's off our hands at the honky-tonk. We two-stepped pretty bad and pretended we were drunk. Shared cigarettes and talked about what we would do. I knew
No matter what I did, I'd never be with you. Come back from the dark somehow, finally in the here and now. No No sign of a thundercloud following you.
Don't take it personal.
The world don't spin around you. Hold on to the moment
Like it's
heaven passing through. Oh.
Now we stare up and I see constellations that I know. You repeat them back, but you don't care. You're only 3 years old. It's nice to see the world.
The same as someone.
It
Feels so good, stay up late, pretending that I'm young. Come back from the dark somehow, living in the here and now. No sign of a thundercloud following you. Don't take it personal, the world don't spin around you. Hold on to the moment, like it's heaven passing through.
come back from the dark somehow. Finally living in the here and now. No sign of a thundercloud.
Alright, let's listen.
following you.
It's back.
Don't take it personal. The world don't
Turn around you. Hold on to the moment,
like
it's heaven passing through. That is such a beautiful song. Go. Yeah. Yeah. You should do a duet with Charles Perry. Charles Perry's a good singer. Look at this beef stick. Oh yeah. If I hold it like this, you know what I'm doing. You know how I'm holding it. It's fatty. With cheddar, jalapeno cheddar. It's a smoked meat stick. It's smoked. Oh. I mean, you can try it. Everybody can sing. Everybody on this earth is capable of singing. Not everybody's capable of singing well, but... Wait, No, everybody that's vocal cords are working can do it. Sorry, I didn't mean to be an ableist. You know, if they put beef jerky in baseball cards, I bet it'd still be awful. Baseball cards and beef jerky. That'd have been what my dad would have collected. Hell yeah. And a Marlboro Red. Yep. Oh, you got hurt? Alright, go for it. Sharper. Sharper, right here. I'm gonna take a shot at Joe Montana first. I am. There's no meat stick juice here. Here we go. Nick Lowry. Nick Lowry. It was Mike Lowry. Here we go. Here is the 79. Whoop. Ed O'Neill of Married with Children. James Woods. Now, OJ really looking white there. Jim. Oh, here's the autograph. Here's the autograph. Oh, Randy Dean. Yeah. Not quite the results we're looking for. We're going to toss in a Cooper flag. There we go. Charles Perry. At least you hit a Cooper flag. I still believe in you. It's a Vince Gill song. It is, yes. It is the flag rookie. Wasn't high or hell. This is a great song, CP. I'm out of tea. You're wandering to one, my brother, while you're young and free and sad.
Looks like you're falling on some hard times, friend. Well, don't you find it odd that good folks just like you and me feel cast aside by God, while the Gulf Coast drowns in the wind and rain, California catches fire, and it's no fault of yours nor mine nor rightful angels choir. Trade the water for the wine, my brother, while you're young and free and sound. Remember, no one's guaranteed a second time around. All you ever needed was some help along to see what's really true. I'll teach you all you need to know what the world would keep from you. And I won't ask much back in return, just free that from your mind. Well, the deal is struck, the trade is made, we'll settle in due time.
Dog in the hole. Doggy out of the hole. Hey, Spelly. Whoa, say hi to Spelly. Say hi to Spellman. We were talking about this meat stick, this fatty. Oh yeah. I was holding it like it was my dick. My dick. It's funny to say that way. Dick. Say it with me at home. Dick. That's Callie.
Feels like the world belongs to you and me.
That's why she's jumping over here. I got the meat stick. She wants it.
Did our past and just disappear?
Come on.
More than a little bit of
You want in here?
history
You want here?
in this big old city.
There you go.
Are we out of danger, dear? Scared that you're lying, but it's just the start of the evening. People can start again.
I love it though.
I'm tired of living in tragedy. I'm tired of feeling empty. I did
You are my girl, Callie.
an exit plan. There really isn't any strategy. The wreck behind me. Now I've shown up.
People keep trying again and be brand new. I know it's right, I know they start believing what you say is true. My puppy. My puppy. Baby, my puppy right now. I got you. Got you, buddy. You are wound up right now, aren't you? She's in play mode. She's been in play mode these past couple of days. Because I've been home and I ain't been home much. Just the start of the evening. Whew. You are shedding, girl. Jeez. Jeez, dog. You are a mess. I gotta get you de-shedded or something. Now card's guaranteed for 10% more dog hair. Yay! I'm gonna sign off here in a minute. Yep. You shouldn't. She's hyper as hell today. What's gotten into you? Why are you so hyper? Cute though. Oh my god. She is a cutie dog. Cutie dog. Yeah. Why are you so fun today? You having fun? You having fun? Huh? Gooseball. Why are you looking at me like that? Promise you my life, I'll love you till the morning if you hold me through the night. Alright, boys, I'm gonna sit down.